Good afternoon, a very warm welcome to the Modus Super Series this Thursday as we bring you a bumper double session of darts. Group A is in the ledger and Group C gets underway this afternoon. And of course, I'm joined by primetime myself, Matthew Edgar. Matt, Group A just was so good. This Group C has a lot to live up to.
Yeah, we had a really intriguing Group A campaign. Connor Scott and Ashley Coleman sort of running away with it. The pair of those sort of head and shoulders above the rest. Not so much on CVs and ability. We had some big hitters in there. Gert DeVos and Colin Osborne both got CVs themselves, but just underproducing. Connor Scott, though, what a fantastic week he's had so far.
Yeah, look, the sniper really set the bar and he set it ridiculously high. The record average was on at one point, needing 11 data in that final leg. Did it in 12, so just missed out. But he sent a real statement out to everyone else, not just this week, but potentially for Champions Week as well.
Well, Connor Scott is one of those players at the moment that you'd suggest would be winning weeks here at the Super Series, if not weeks winning a series. He's won Challenge Tour events, he's won WDF ranked events, he won the Pentathlon. It's a common theme, isn't it? Connor Scott winning and winning well on these various tours, and anywhere he's applying his trade, he's getting Pro Tour call-ups, he's doing well when he gets those as well. I think Connor Scott is going to go very, very far in this game, and this is sort of the start for him. I think when he got his tour card, maybe a year too early, and the stats certainly suggest that. His first year was not very good on the tour. His second year was very, very good, reaching the Alexandra Palace and the Players' Championship finals. I think had he been on the tour this year, we'd have seen him improve again. I think we are seeing him improve, and when he goes back to the tour, I think he stays there this time.
Well, this week is really taking shape. Connor Scott winning Group A. And as we can see, Group C, Colin Osborne, Ricardo Ham, Stephen Jameson, joined by Stuart Kellet, Tom Cromwell and Carl Coleman. Group B, Ashley Coleman, Gert DeVos, Fallon Sherritt and Ron Moulenkamp. But Group C, what do you make of the lads coming in?
I think this is just a land of opportunity today. I think anyone who's coming in here as a debutant, which we've got to remember, a lot of the players that are in this Group C, 4 players are making their bow here at the Super Series this week. Out of those guys, they're going to come into this with real opportunity. We've seen some very tough Group Cs. Some Group Cs where we've had some big CVs in there, but this, like I say, it's the land of opportunity. There's players in there that have unproven, untried, untested, and when you're coming into something like this, you can easily get a little bit nervous, where I think today, a lot of these players are going to come here on the excitement side of that scale.
How does Colin Osborne approach today? Because he's a former winner here at the Super Series. He'd have gone there wanting to win Group A, book his place there. At worst, Group B, and he ends up in Group C. How does he approach the next 2 days?
I think he'll be coming into this frustrated. He will be expecting to be at least in a Group B campaign, especially when he saw the lineup that we've got here this week. And for him to be playing in Group C, that's a disappointment. It's a step back. This is a man who has won weeks here at the Super Series. He wants to win more. He wants to be in Champions Week. The beauty for him, though, is we're only at the halfway point of the week. He's only done a Group A. And we've seen before people finish bottom of Group A, then win the week. Graham Usher always comes to mind when I think of this conversation. So for me, Colin Osborne needs to get up there and show this group what he is. And that is a winner on the PDC Tour. He is a major player. He is a big CV, a big reputation, a big name. He is the favourite to win this group, and he should win this quite well. But he's got to start well, and he's got to make a statement.
Stephen Jameson and Ricardo Ham debut here. How would you assess their Group A, and what are you expecting in Group C from the pair?
I think we've got exactly what we expected from the pair. These are 2 players that join us, and they don't join us off the back of being Pro Tour players or having longevity in terms of career on any tour such as the WDF circuit. What they are is they're 2 qualifiers that are living up to the highest standard and the highest level they've ever reached. We expected nerves. We got that with Stephen Jameson, but did really settle into it throughout the campaign and started looking good, getting down to those combinations, sort of those low 100 combos. He's going to probably be a dart or 2 better off in this group, and those are going to start turning into 60s, 70 finishers, which are going to decide whether he's in the mix or not. Ricardo Ham, what a step up in performance. 11 games without a single win, then won 3 of his last 4. Daily average yesterday of just under 87. He's going to be a danger now he looks settled on the stage. Again, doesn't have a big CV away from the Super Series, so everything he's doing here is just gaining experience, and he used that. First couple of days, I said how close he was. A lot of the darts just crowding the treble 20. They started to land in, and by going in now, got the confidence, certainly transferred onto the outer ring. It's going to be interesting to see how his day starts.
Well, Matt said it's all about opportunity, but Colin Osborne is the favourite for this Group C campaign. Odds-on favourite, and there's quite a gap between him and Ricardo Ham. Matt, do you think that's a little short considering the form we saw in Group A, or have they got it right?
I think it's right, but I would never back that. And Colin Osborne could go win this group and win in every single game, and you'd say, well, that's the right price. But I would never be looking at accepting that sort of value. I don't think that's value, but he's favourite. For me, there is value out there, and that comes in the form of Tom Cromwell. I like what I see. I like what I hear from him. He speaks very well, very confident. He's got some good stuff. He's very close to being a PDC Tour card holder himself this year, missing out on legs difference. So I think at 5-1, he's overpriced. So with that, he's got a bit of value play.
Well, absolutely. We're ready to get the action underway as always. But before that, Connor Scott has booked his place in Saturday night's final. And if so, you can be here as well.
Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison. A Bosch. High paces through. Shot and the match. Easy.
And here we go. The Group C action is ready to get underway. Ricardo Ham, as we spoke about earlier, found some form, but he will be facing debutant Coleman, another one off the northeast conveyor belt. Heard a lot of good things, but we spoke to him about an hour ago, and this is the biggest stage he's ever played on. And it's going to be interesting to see whether he can translate the form he's shown on the floor to a big stage, Matt.
That's the big question, isn't it? You have that boundary, don't you, of the excitement and the nerves and which side you're going to lie on. He said he was nervous this morning, but the one thing for Carl Coleman is when you get onto that stage, that's where things get familiar. You don't have the cameras, the lights, the interviews, the press rooms, everything that comes with it. The only thing he sees right now is that Oki, the board, and his opponent. And of course, Owen Binks, our referee for the day, gets to have a look at him as well. But we're now going to get a look at Carl Coleman, who gets to throw his first darts here on the Super Series stage. This is something he has watched all week long. He's been joining us in the YouTube chat. A lot of people in the chat would have been able to talk to Carl throughout the week. He's been excited about his opportunity here at the Super Series. A regular watcher. And a story we're seeing develop quite regularly now. May have his hands full here, though, opening game. Ricardo Ham,
59.
Who did lose his first 11 games. And we did actually ask Coleman, didn't we? What did he make of this week?
95.
And he did pick out Ricardo Ham as someone he wanted to talk about quite a bit. He says he lost 11 games, but he felt he was a little bit unfortunate. And yesterday just started to drop in for Mr. Ham.
60.
Yeah, early signs from Coleman there, just above the treble. If you keep doing that, in the end, they'll drop in. Fine margins in this sport.
Especially with the way his darts lie in the action. That's kind of where he wants them to be, isn't it? Just above.
95.
Nice, straight, deliberate action for Carl Coleman.
Yeah, I like it. Not a lot can go wrong with it. There's no real movement.
99.
It's an action that's worked quite well for him. He did very well at the Isle of Man recently, where he has actually picked up a big win, and a very relevant win. That form has been very frank recently. He is ahead on the head-to-head record against Connor Scott, the man who's just won Group A, the man who's just averaged 120. So some recent good and frank form for Mr. Coleman.
18 for ball. Double 7.
Game
clean,
shot the
clinical
first leg.
from Coleman. And on
Coleman.
debut, Matt, what's that feeling like of pinning and a finish first time of
Single against
asking?
Ricardo to throw first.
It's relieving.
Game on.
It's relaxing. It's calming. It's soothing.
140.
It's gives you a good vibe, gives you confidence. Lets you know you've got that in the lockup.
140.
I'll tell you what, early signs here from Carl Coleman looking very, very good.
Yeah, I like what I see. Sometimes with debutants we don't know, but Carl has played on some big stages up in the northeast in some exhibitions, so isn't a stranger to this.
180.
Well, this very, very good from Carl Coleman. You may look at the stats, the statistics, things that
93.
Carl Coleman has played over the years, and you'd see him down in the low 70s. This far better than what we've seen there, and this is something we see quite often. Players come to the Super Series, really step it up when they get those proper
92.
conditions, the perfect practice and preparation. And that also goes down to maybe why we're seeing this improvement from Carl Coleman, because he's someone who has took to the practice board quite a bit recently. He's actually built his own practice facilities. Got a shed out in the garden where he spends a good couple of hours a day.
Require 128.
Not going to get a dart at the ball.
92.
So Coleman coming back
60.
for a breaker throw in this opening contest. It's going to be 2 at tops. It's not moving, so the lie must be okay. And the dart at
50.
tops, Matt, just clipped the other one on the way through.
36.
And that was a chance to break the throw here of Ricardo Ham.
32.
But what Ricardo Ham are we going to get? Are we going to get the Ricardo Ham that was 4 from 4 yesterday? That's not going to be the case. It might be the Ricardo Ham that was 3 from 29.
Game shot on the
That
second
was a
leg.
good dart, that from
Carl
Carl Coleman. Just edging closer and closer to the target.
That gets Cole to throw first.
Yeah, we all know fives
Game
can be
on.
tricky and the undoing of some players, but he's used the mark as well.
139.
Wonder how much of a missed opportunity that could be for Ricardo Ham. We know this game's not all done in the arm, and a lot of this game
100.
is also played in the mind. In a race to 4, 2-0 and 1-1 are massive, massive differences, especially with Coleman having the darts, because now, if Ricardo Ham is going to win this, he's
81.
got to break Coleman twice.
Yeah, potentially staring 3-0 in his face right now.
100.
And although it does happen, Matt, turning around from 3-0 doesn't happen too often.
Well, Ricardo Ham did that to get his first ever victory on this stage.
45.
He was 3-0 down to Gert de Vos and managed to turn it round for a 4-3 success, averaging 93.74 in by far the best performance we've
30.
seen from Ricardo Ham. And that performance from Ham, it was just smooth, it was likely, it felt good. Everything what we're seeing from Ricardo Ham
41.
right now, the total opposite of, because Ham looking a little bit edgy once again here.
Yeah, and having broken throw is
135.
Carl just thinking here of winning? Because the last couple of visits, he's just taking his time to compose himself. He knows this is a huge moment.
$58. Ricardo
The trebles have dried up,
136.
and Ham has effectively stolen the darts. Another for double eight. Double eight,
120.
Can't take it,
Call your record.
but would probably
137.
expect to be back. Tops.
Yeah, lowered those expectations. It's on.
97.
That would have been welcome to the Super
Ricardo
Series.
requires
Carl
60.
Coleman, a fine effort, but Ricardo Ham to get one of the breaks to throw that he's going to need.
Game shot on the
Gets
third
there.
leg.
Second
Ricardo
time of
Ham.
asking. We're back on throw, back on par.
Yeah,
Full flag, it's Ricardo
missed the
to throw
dart.
first.
for ton toppers. But ultimately it is Ham who breaks back. But as Matt said, he needs to find another break of throw.
140.
Jamie Durrant joins us in the chat this morning on YouTube. He has travelled down here with
45.
Carl Coleman, a player we have seen here before at the Super Series. Jamie, relative of our friend and colleague Glenn Durrant.
45.
I'm sure Glenn will be watching right now.
Oh, absolutely. Glenn has given me the full lowdown on Carl Coleman, and I'll be giving you more introduction to
60.
the man you are watching right now throughout the day. So many amazing stories that we're going to be able to share throughout the day about Carl Coleman.
60.
Give you a real vibe for who he is as a person and as a player. From my own assessment from meeting
30.
Carl Coleman this morning, got to say, a very positive, very determined, and a very
100.
realistic person.
I think the last one was the important one there, was realistic, because we hear so many good amateur players want to go and conquer the world straight away, where Carl came up and he was like, no, little goals, I want to do this, I want to get to here, I want to do this,
100.
this.
Ricardo require
And there was no mention of
156.
tour cards and or anything like that. It was like the roadmap is very precise.
60.
And with that, maybe there should have been conversations about tour cars, because he very nearly, or certainly has been close to having one in the past in regards to entry into Q School and the performances of which he has
96.
shown.
Ricardo require 96.
Can still rescue the situation. Tops
76.
will be
Cole
back
require
unless
170.
Coleman goes fishing.
Well, we spoke about a bit of nerves and edginess. I think we're just seeing that creep in a little bit here for Carl Coleman, and the telling
59.
sign has just been in the last couple of darts, the
Ricardo
angle
required
of the
20.
entry just mixing up a little bit, maybe, and those practice swings at the back of the stage just solidifying that point, a little bit of tension. But Ricardo Ham not making his
60.
move here. This is the
Only require
time for
111.
Ricardo Ham to strike if he is going to land a psychological blow.
I'm interested to see your take, Matt. Let's see if he hits first. He doesn't.
95.
Would you have bust and gone back to a double
Ricardo
10
required
rather than
40.
twos?
I would have, but
Game
I
shot
guess
the
that's a
full
sign
flag.
that he wants to avoid
Ricardo
those
Ham.
doubles at the top of the board. Worked out well for Ricardo Ham there. He gets us back to a level game.
Fifth flag, it's Cole
Can
to
Cole
throw
Coleman
first.
settle
Game
in
on.
once again? You may recognise the name Coleman. He has been seen here before at the Super Series. His cousins played here before at the Super Series about the same time a year ago. We also had
140.
Ashley Coleman play in Group A. He'll be taking on in Group B later on this evening. And
42.
no relation, Ashley Coleman to Carl.
It's just good they weren't in the same group.
96. $60.
After conceding his two-leg lead, Coleman will be happy with the response here in leg 5.
129.
Down to 136 after 9, and there's nothing Ham can do about it.
98. Cole, you record 136.
Showing a touch of quality here, Carl Coleman.
120.
He's teasing it. He's teased the 137, the 136, the 111. He's knocking on the door of something big.
125.
He fancied
Cole,
it, doesn't he?
record 60.
And to lead again. Overcompensated.
12.
Can't take the opportunity, but he will be back. But you would expect it to be under considerable pressure this time.
I think everything you do when you're on
You
debut
require
feels
4.
under pressure, even when you've got time on your side. But he's got no time on his side this time. The urgency
Game
button
shot
has
the
been
fifth
pressed.
Coleman.
He gets over the line there with a bit of a sigh of relief.
Sick leg against
It
Ricardo.
was a leg he bossed in the scoring phases, but it became more difficult than it should have been.
180.
And there is the first maximum of our Group C campaign. It goes the way of Ricardo Ham. But how we'd have preferred if you could pick and choose to have done that on the Carl Coleman throw.
140.
It may be mightily important because Coleman hit him back hard.
121.
We both held our breath for a moment there, Matt.
It nearly paused the narrative.
$45.
Big gap after just 6 darts here. 216 points. Fantastic scoring leg here from Ricardo Ham.
95.
It has to be a maximum here for Coleman. Otherwise, Ricardo Ham is going to get 6 darts at the 105 to level things up. It's not going to be the max.
27. Ricardo, 105.
So 105 to send us all the way. It's not going to go, but he will return.
67. $55. Ricardo required 38.
It's gone straight for it.
May change his mind now because they're a little bit awkward. Oh, he
Game
persists
shot the
and
sixth
persists
leg.
well. That was a great
Ricardo
dart, that.
Ham.
There wouldn't have been much that Ricardo Ham would have seen there.
It was, but that could have gone
7
very,
foot
very wrong
final
as
leg,
well.
It's Cole to throw first.
Yeah, it could have unravelled very, very
Game
quickly.
on.
But a 15 darter there for Ham, and now it comes down to a one-leg shootout. Coleman with the advantage of throw. But you're on debut, and you're in a last leg shootout. The heart rate will be going
59.
through the roof right now.
$60.
You just feel that Coleman needs a treble here to settle him down.
$96.
Finds one with the last dart. How big could that moment be?
$45.
You've got to think Ricardo Ham's best performances came at the back end of yesterday when the job was already done and he couldn't really move in regards to his position.
140.
Do the nerves kick back in? Now he's got a fresh slate. Now he's got a fresh opportunity. He's a long, long way behind here.
100.
He's going to need errors from Coleman. And that is making none of.
140.
To leave 66 after 12 in our last leg decider is brilliant. But the pressure
180.
is there.
Record 66.
The big call, the lights flash, the awareness raises. It's going to be a dart at tops. And that is all
Game
Carl
shot
Coleman
of the
needs. He's been
match.
watching all week.
Carl
He's been
Coleman.
studying his opponents. He's watched Ricardo Ham from the YouTube chat room. Now he gets to play in front of the cameras rather than sitting behind them and shows us what he is capable of doing. Success on debut for Carl Coleman by 4 legs to 3 over Ricardo Ham. Average just shy of 82 in that one. But coming up next, we've got another debutant, Tom Cromwell, taking on Stephen Jameson.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Modus Super Series as we get Group C underway on this Thursday afternoon. Coleman winning the opening game 4-3 against Ricardo Ham. And up next, another debutant in Tom Cromwell from Southport.
Really looking forward to seeing Tom Cromwell here, actually. I think this is a guy who represents a lot of value here in this group and a player who I think could go quite far. He seems very determined, doesn't he? He's very focused in regards to what he wants to do.
First leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
He is a player who has played a couple of the Challenge Tour events, but he's going to be missing the next couple. That's just due
60.
to dates and holidays and things. His partner is a teacher, but maybe moving forward he might not even have to consider the Challenge Tour. He nearly didn't have to anyway. He
35.
missed out on a tour card this year in January by just 6 legs. Q School, the Order of Merit. Adam
59.
Hunt got a tour card for 2 years with 5 points. Cromwell also found 5 points. Just those leg difference led him down. When you look at the list of people that
96.
he was better than in regards to the Order of Merit. Previous series winners here.
96.
Jim McEwen, Scott Taylor, Andy Bolton, Alex Spellman, someone I know you hold very highly in regard. Ted Everts, James
43.
Wilson. Players that have found a lot of success. Cromwell above in that Order of Merit.
140.
You feel when he goes to Q School he's going to have another good opportunity. Another crack at that event, and
85.
he's a player
Tommy
I think we're going to see
146.
blossom and develop as these couple of days go on.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's the value
38.
shout in this Group C campaign. Fundamentally, the throw looks very good. Nothing to go wrong with it there.
75.
And looking at his
Tommy
Q
McCoy,
School
88.
numbers, he's going to fancy the job.
60. Stephen Iroquois, 167.
We'll be back looking at double 14
99. Tommy Iroquois, 28.
for a hold in the opening leg. Is that too close?
Game shot.
He's used it very, very well there,
Tom
Matt.
Cromwell.
Cromwell leads 1-0.
Yeah, settler there for Tom Cromwell in the opening leg. Stephen Jameson's been here all week. We've seen him in Group A action Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. We've seen him sort of grow
140.
into the week at times, Steve Jameson.
60.
Has at times just shown us that lack of experience that he does have, not just at this level, but in darts in general. He's not someone who
77.
plays a lot of darts, even locally in league. A lot of that comes down to his work commitments as well, which is something you have to remember with
85.
99.9% of players here at the Super Series, that darts isn't a profession for them. Darts is just something they're good at.
100. $140.
Yeah, we spoke to Tom about an hour ago, and he's had some good sparring partners up in the Northwest. Scott Taylor, a
100.
man that's done rather well here, plays with a lot in the ADC Vault system.
I'm sure there'll be a lot of those players
56,
tuning in
they
as
give
well
about
to
84.
check out how Tom gets on.
Game
That's
shot
good
in the
though, that
second
from
leg.
Stephen
Stephen
Jameson.
Jameson.
After a very slow start, a poor opening leg, after the days that he's had on
Well,
Monday,
against Tom
Tuesday,
to throw
Wednesday, it'd be
first.
so
Game.
easy just to think, here we go again. We're going to struggle, but no, bounces back, 14 data.
56.
And essentially, on that stage, despite the fact that what they do away from the Super Series,
60.
Stephen Jameson's the experienced campaigner now.
Yeah, completely agree.
60.
The throw is very unique, isn't it?
85.
Not something you'd coach.
No, there's a lot of movement and twist. It's at that deep set as the dart gets drawn back.
97.
It's just that continued movement. The wrist comes into play. So it just turns and angles the dart. And I said to Chris Murphy in the week, when he misses, it's going to be a lot of fives.
27.
Because that's just when he pushes through and gets that full extension. He's going to end up over shooting the 20.
140.
Finding a lot in the 5.
Better known as the Model Drift.
Well, I tell you, the drift that's in this game, it's the players'
99.
ability to score when they're not throwing first. First 2 legs, comfortable. Go to the player with the darts. And
82.
this leg looks to be following the same pattern. Unless Jameson can find a couple of big reds. But there's the 5 again. Expect to see that target peppered.
90. Tommy requires 66.
So Cromwell looking at 66 to lead again. Fabulous.
Game shot on the third.
Tidy from
Tom
Cromwell. No messing around this time. Tom Cromwell leads 2-1. And as Matt alluded to,
Game
it's commanding holds of throws right now.
$100.
For Tom Cromwell, you feel the fixtures have
90.
worked quite well here for him to get a bit of a settler into the day as well. He's taking on Jameson, who's not had too much success up there, and then Ricardo Ham, who's just lost his opening game 4-3.
100.
That one to Carl Coleman, so maybe Cromwell got an opportunity here to get some points on the board, and we'll really see him
95.
go through the gears.
Yeah, I've got a feeling that sometimes groups can be decided early. I don't think this one is going to be somehow. I think this could go
180.
right down to the wire tomorrow afternoon.
Well, once again,
58.
Jameson on the darts, kicks back into
121.
action. 100, 100, 180. Cromwell, nowhere to be
45.
seen. He's all out at sea.
$25. Stephen, you requires 76. $56.
We'll be back. Cromwell nowhere near a finish.
74. Stephen, you requires 20.
Disaster strikes.
Yeah, as much time as Steve Jameson wants here.
Game shot on the 4 flag. Stephen Jameson.
Once again, levelled up. Everything comfortable with the
The flag
darts.
is
If that's
Tom
the
to
case,
throw
Cromwell
first.
should be
Game
winning this leg quite easily. However, how much are those slips, those drifts to the left? Going to play on the mind of Cromwell? The answer,
134.
not at all.
These are very much like James Wade legs. Almost impossible to break.
Well,
60.
good example there, James Wade, because James Wade often says he doesn't want to waste good darts, and essentially the player throwing seconds expected
96.
not to win. So maybe they just don't want to waste darts on the opposition throw. If that is the tactic, though, Jameson's going to run dry.
55.
Just like he's dry on the trebles at the moment. 6 darts thrown, unable to find anything. And look at Cromwell go.
129.
Down to a finish after 9. And there's nothing Jameson can do about it.
100.
The 142. Will he go up? Will he go down? He's gone the more traditional route.
85.
The kind of new school way of going there is the 17s route, Matt.
Well, it makes you wonder where that dart was actually going, because big 17, there's no
76,
wire
Tommy,
anywhere
report
near it.
57.
So wherever he was heading towards, it wasn't where he was aiming. And case in point there, double 17, he's getting edgy here. He does have time on his side, though. Oh, that's a great recovery. Because
Tom
they was
Cromwell.
2 very awkward darts. The bounce out from something,
Sick player gets
and then
Stephen
the
to throw
double
first.
17.
Game on.
I wonder if he was like consciously trying to stay away from the treble 17, trying to avoid slipping into
100.
there and leaving the double 3. Because you do sometimes see players at like the 19 double 16 on the 51 get a bit edgy on the single
59.
19.
Yeah, they don't want to pull it in, do they?
I'd just love to know what
95.
Stephen Jameson must be thinking right now, because he's hit nothing on the Cromwell darts, and as soon as he's got the throw, starts going back in the treble again. It must be
83.
very, very frustrating for him right now.
Yeah, as a player, do you start second guessing yourself because you're thinking, I'm doing nothing different, but it's just the way it plays.
42.
Yeah, and what you tend to do is you tend to go into that leg when you're against the darts, like, don't do this again. And the second you think, don't do it again, you're already
60.
entertaining the idea of not doing it. So that thought pattern's already in there. But it's a little bit closer in the scoring phase. Cromwell just 30 points behind, but needs to think about this here.
58.
140 wouldn't leave him a finish, so needs to start downstairs and does. Showing some good
133.
darting knowledge.
$85.
Does that slip just potentially open the door for Cromwell?
Needs to find a treble.
50. Stephen Nick 121.
So 1-2-1 to send us all the way. It's not going to go now, so Cromwell will get a look at the 116 for the match.
41. Tommy require 116.
Going to get a dart at tops for the match. And it is
Game,
victory
shot,
for
and the
Cromwell.
match.
Takes out the
Tom
116
Cromwell.
on debut. Tom Cromwell bags the points. Here's a quick look at the score there. Yes, Tom, you have won it 4 legs to 2. And again, the first time he mounted a serious charge on the Jameson throw. There's the numbers. The 116 is the high finish. But coming up after the break, we're going to see KO Kellet against Colin Osborne. Welcome back, everyone, to this Group C campaign here at the Modus Super Series. 2 games in, and it is victories for the two debutants, Carl Coleman and Tom Cromwell, bagging the points. But two players up here, KO Kellet on the screen there for you. Famously, Matt placing his darts in the fridge at Alexandra Palace.
Yeah, he did allude to that story last time he was here, and he said he didn't purposely ask him to be in the fridge. He just wanted them to be placed somewhere cold, and they ended up going in the fridge. He just liked the coolness of the tungsten. But this is a game that we'd have seen on the PDC Pro Tour a few years ago. European Tour stages. You may have even seen it in a lot of the majors. Stuart Kellet played on all the big stages.
Game on.
A lot of that came down to the fact of when he reached a European Tour final. Do you know what European Tour final that was, Phil? Off the top of your head?
Off the top of my head, no.
It was the European Tour that happened in England.
177.
The only one, I believe, so far to have happened in England. It happened at Minehead. He reached the final and he lost out to John Part.
134.
Of all the European destinations you could pick in England, it goes to Minehead.
Hang on a minute. What a way this would be to start the day for Stuart Kellet. He's on the 9. We had a 9 a couple of weeks ago. In fact, we had 2.
We've gone a whole week without one. Is Stuart Kellet about to add his name to the roll of honour?
Stuart, you require
In the very
144.
first leg of his campaign.
Where's the boo button?
78.
I suppose the only frustration for Kellet is going to be the fact that he's thrown first in this leg, because Osborne can just brush this off as, well, it's the opening leg, he had the darts, I kind of expect him to do something like that.
92. Stuart, requires 66.
66 for Kellet. Is he going to go up or down? Up he is.
Game
Tidy,
on the
very
first.
tidy from Stuart Kellet.
Stuart Kellet.
Takes the opener in 12.
So
Threaten the
Collins
9.
to throw first. Game on.
He will be very happy with that.
Well, we know he's got the game in there. We talked about that UK Masters in Minehead, where he reached the final, losing out to John Part.
100.
£10,000 was the prize check Stuart Kellet scooped on that occasion. Check out this list of names, Phil, that he was able to beat en route. Peter Wright, Colin Lloyd,
78.
Dave Chisnell, Robert Thornton, and the Hammer.
It's like a who's who of darts of that era.
2012,
42.
that was.
So just before Peter Wright's breakthrough in 2013. But some of those established names in there were playing
46.
good stuff and making finals at that point.
Robert Thornton was the UK Open champion, that winner. Colin Lloyd was not too many years past being world number 1.
That era, Andy Hamilton was making every
99.
final going.
So the year he played the world final as well with Adrian Lewis.
I believe so, yeah.
So real frank form that year for Stuart Kellet. He did see him over those years reach the World Championships, the World Match Play,
41.
the World Grand Prix. He had a run to the last 16 of the UK Open, the Grand Slam of Darts, European Championship, Players' Championship finals. I think it's safe to say a lot of pedigree. And that's just on the PDC side of
55.
the game. He's also appeared and played at Lakeside. He's the runner-up of the World Masters in 2010.
100.
Lost out to Martin Adams on that occasion. Played in the Hull City Hall. First year it moved away from
100.
the Bridlington Spa.
Good old Brid.
So that was probably disappointing
60.
for Kellet, wasn't he?
Colin
Because
McCoy,
he'd have come out
105.
of there and he couldn't go on a speedboat ride afterwards. It
65.
felt like that was a speedboat first leg from Kellet. He's on the 9 darter after 6. But after 15, he's not even on a finish.
Now, the shake of the head there as well. He's not happy with this leg.
45. Colin, you require.
The scoring power has dried up, and Osborne has a free hit here to make it 1-1. Only one more. Finds it.
On the second leg.
Level game.
Colin Osborne.
The Wizard finds tops.
The leg, it's Stewart to throw first. Game on.
I suppose that's what you get at the moment. Stuart Kellet, we talk about those achievements, but there is a lot of time between when that was and where we are now. And
125.
I suppose now he doesn't practice as much. He's got that ambition, that fire in the belly to be a professional player is not there no more. This will be
55.
Stuart Kellet's stage. This will be the stage in which he comes to produce his best stuff, or wants to produce his best stuff on. The biggest stage he's probably going to be accessing. And
60.
you do, when you're not playing as much, not practicing as much, not at this level as much, you do get that little bit of inconsistency. And I think we just had the case in point there in the contrast between leg 1 and leg 2.
100.
Colin Osborne has found more success, certainly around that same sort of era as well as Stuart Kellet was at the peak of his powers. So maybe Kellet as well got a lot of respect up there for Colin Osborne, the man who reached the final of the UK Open in 2009.
180.
He's got a very unique talent, Osborne. The way the blocker dart doesn't worry him. He has the ability to go
83.
up or under.
Well, he's changed his throw a lot over the years, hasn't he? He used to use a sort of pear-shaped flight, and the dart used to sit in at a different angle. These are a lot more flatter these days, but he had to completely rebuild his throw, because as he was sort of dropping down the rankings,
80.
the throw completely broke down to the point where, when that was happening, if you was even to say Colin Osborne would be here competing, you'd be surprised.
Game shot on the third leg.
Kellet
Stuart
leads
Kellet.
2-1, takes out the 93. But yeah, going back to
Fourth leg, it's Colin
rebuilding
to throw
something in
first.
darts. I know
Game
that
on.
you've been through wrist and grip issues. Surely that's one of the hardest things to do, is reprogram the brain to throw a dart different.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, because the
43.
thing is, the changes are so small and so minor that you have to make. Sometimes it has to be a completely different build, but the danger you've always got is in the back of your mind, you think, I would have done that before, or I'd have hit
85.
that before. And it's about that battle you have with yourself. Here we get to see the angle of entry now of the Colin Osborne darts, and you can see how they're coming in a lot more
58.
level, a lot more flat than they used to. Put an awful lot of work into his game as Colin Osborne over the years.
Just watching Kellet, there's that kick to one side, isn't it?
28.
It hits the board and just flicks across.
I mean, that nowadays is an ideal dart for Colin Osborne.
45.
Unable to use it. He actually caught the flight on both of those occasions. And again, that'll be the tricky bit for Colin, because that dart there was good for him, where in the past it wouldn't have been.
100.
And it's about, like you say, reprogramming, rethinking to go, that's a great dart, and understanding how the darts fly, how they land and how they work.
45. $43.
Kellet will be disappointed there. Could have really emphasised that he's stolen the darts here from Osborne.
85.
Well,
But
just looking back through the history books to see head-to-heads between the two, they've actually played each other on 3 occasions on record, of which Stuart
83.
Kellet has won 2 to Colin Osborne's 1.
a let off for Osborne. Kellet leaves the bogey number
140.
and Osborne steps in down to 85. How much pressure can Kellet apply?
$96. Colin, you require 85.
Sixteens. Leaves the ball. He has a look over to the scoreboard to see where Stuart Kellet is. Knows he needs to go for the
60.
ball, and that was a fine effort.
It requires 66.
Just wide of the post.
Now Kellet should get an opportunity to break through. He's going to get 2 darts. Surely that's a great guide.
30.
And he can't use it.
Colin,
He
you
knows that's an
require
opportunity
25.
gone begging.
This is where you just stand at the back and you assume your opponent's going to hit absolutely everything, but it's not been picture perfect for Osborne.
Game shown
The
the
doubles have
forfeit.
caused him lots of troubles
Colin
this week,
Osborne.
but not on that occasion. Osborne levels us up. We continue
Prefer
on
against
throw.
Stuart to throw first.
Trying to find that fire, Colin Osborne. Been searching for it all week.
100.
Yet to find his best. And maybe, when he had a look at the screen earlier on and those odds came on the screen, maybe just felt a little bit nervy.
58.
Being odds-on favourite for this group. But yet, not really producing this week. Maybe feeling the weight of expectation here.
140.
Going back to the end of that previous leg, treble 19 on the 85 is becoming more and more popular now. Always used to be 45 for tops, where now the 57 is getting used more and more.
Yeah,
139.
fully subscribed to that logic as well.
$100.
Osborne needs a couple of trebles here just to get him to a finish. That's not going to happen. So Kellet
123. Should we require 161?
has minimum 6 for 161. Do you think he'd have showboated if he'd hit the first 2?
30.
Don't think he would. I think he'd have laid up, but he's gone from being in a good position here, having 6 darts at 161 to maybe needing another 6. And this is where Osborne can really step in with a chance. And I like the move
83.
away there. I
Should we
like the
record
19s. I like the 25 and ball play with the 1 dart 101. Just not the application there for Colin Osborne on this occasion.
Yeah, the arithmetic was
59.
good.
Colin, you require
Just couldn't
98.
execute.
Execution here would put him a leg away from the match. That'll be completely out the way. You can see there from the angle.
79.
But 2 darts
Should we
there.
require
And
72.
they may be noteworthy misses.
Yeah, he overcomplicated the situation there. Comes back for 19 if Kellet misses, and he
40.
does.
Colin,
But
you require
Osborne has
90.
got to burn a dart here. You would imagine it'll be 3 for double 8.
Game shown the 5th leg.
Osborne
Colin
leads.
Osborne.
Huge moment in this contest. Colin Osborne has found a
Severe
break
against Colin to
in leg
throw
5 and
first.
leads for the first time back.
Game on.
This is where Osborne will be thinking, hit big, 140. Hit him hard. Make him rue those missed opportunities. I said 140.
180.
He's gone one better. He's filled it up.
Has he got an earpiece? Is he listening to you?
He knows all of this. He knows it all.
100.
It's just applying the right application at the right time, and that is world-class match play from Colin Osborne.
135.
All of a sudden, the wizard has turned the screw on Kellet.
140.
It's all Kellet can do now, just try and keep pace and hope that Colin Osborne makes mistakes. But at the moment, there are no signs of that. We said Osborne was looking for the fire in the
85.
belly. He may have just lit the furnace.
The wizard has been to his defence against the dark arts course
60.
and is on par for the points.
101.
Just wasn't settled with the equipment there. Showing his experience once again, making sure everything's right. He's got a 100-point lead, but he wants to get it done in this visit. He wants no messing.
$77.
Dart 1 was kind of in no man's land there. So he's recovered the situation extremely well.
$100. Colin require 24.
Double 12 after 12 for Osborne. Double 6.
Game.
And Colin
shot
Osborne
out the
kickstarts his Group
match.
C campaign
Colin
with a victory. He'll be
Osborne.
disappointed to be here. There is no mistake about that. He'd have expected to at least be in a Group B campaign, but he joins us in Group C, is the favourite to do so, and he kicks us off with a victory, picking up 2 points against Stuart Kellet. Stuart Kellet had the higher average of the game, but it's all about the legs, and they go to Colin Osborne. Coming up next, Ricardo Ham looking to get his Group C campaign up and running with some points against Tom Cromwell.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Modus Super Series. We have completed one round of fixtures in this campaign so far. Victories for Coleman, Cromwell and Osborne. But Cromwell could go 2 from 2 if he can pick up victory here against Ricardo Ham.
We do like to try and find a little bit of value, don't we, Phil, throughout the day, and we both agree here that there could be some value in Tom Cromwell He doesn't have the darts and is trading currently at the even money
leg,
mark.
it's
He's someone we
Ricardo
both
to
expect
throw
to do quite
first.
well here this week.
Game
A
on.
player who very nearly picked up a PDC tour card. He's someone I think is going to get stronger and stronger as the campaign goes. And he's taking on Ricardo Ham, who
140.
did lose his opening game. So, good bit of value there at the
60.
evens mark.
Yeah, I agree. I like it.
But the big question is, what Ricardo Ham do
121.
we get? And that might be why the odds compilers are keeping things very, very tight, because
60.
we've seen Ricardo Ham average multiple occasions in the 60s. We've also seen him in the mid-90s.
I wasn't here yesterday. How many sandwich puns did Murph
9.
get through?
We didn't have too many. We had Hams on a roll. We've had a few through the week. Ricardo Ham looking to
58.
bring home the bacon. I'm sure you've got a few yourself,
49.
haven't you?
We might bring one or two out during the next couple of days.
134. $94.
Oh, that's a big shot at a big moment. Doing the right things at the right times. Here, Tom Cromwell to apply the pressure on this. It's got to be the bullseye.
63.
And it's not,
Johnny
and Cromwell,
50.
a chance to break the Ricardo Ham throw.
But he's missed a big number, Matt.
18. Ricardo
And he's
required
just found the
25.
17 as well. That was a edgy visit there, and he's frustrated at the back of the stage.
19.
Yeah, he's
Johnny
livid with
required
himself,
32.
but he does get another go. Is that a good guide? Yes, it
On the
is.
first leg, Tom Cromwell.
Cromwell breaks, and what a difference a visit can make, because he was livid with himself.
Second leg, it's Tom to
But
throw
now,
first. Game on.
breaker throw in leads, and all of a sudden that even money shot will now be favourite.
60.
Absolutely. Big breaker throw there for Cromwell. Now he's got to channel that frustration.
45.
Essentially, you always worry when you first you think negatively when you go onto a stage a lot of the time, for the first time like Cromwell is. I don't want to embarrass myself, I don't want to do anything
140.
silly. When you do something like that, well, that moment's already happened, and it's not as bad as you think it is. You don't now anticipate that moment.
180.
Ricardo Ham hits his third maximum of the days. He really improved in that category. On Monday and Tuesday, he only hit 4 across his 10 games. He actually hit 6 maximums yesterday. Is it 3 already today?
Yeah, Cromwell needs to find something here and can't.
43.
So Ham will now have 6 to break back.
40. $80. Ricardo
Big
required
last.
140.
He knows it. Can we get a shot at the 94? Ham going to be sat ideally. He's got to stay away.
100. Tommy required 94.
Could have easily carried that into the treble. Starting on the bullseye. Oh, he's done it again. Misses the big number, and I've got to say that dart at the ball was a beautiful marker.
He's been over aggressive, hasn't he,
62.
on the
Ricardo
approach
required
shot.
40. $20.
But Ham can't step in.
Tommy required 32.
Cromwell for a 2-leg
On
lead.
the second leg, Tom Cromwell.
And Cromwell has stepped in. Stepped right in, Matt.
Third leg, it's Ricardo to throw first. Game.
I think Ham will be frustrated. He's had 6 starts at the doubles here. Unable to convert, and you feel at any point now Cromwell's going to start to
56.
go through the gears. Show us what he's capable of here.
91.
That's the danger when you're playing a debutant. Ham's got to try and take advantage of those nervy early legs, and he hasn't.
96.
Yeah, and you just feel that Cromwell will get better and settle more the more he plays here.
58.
So if you don't get him early, you may not get him at all in this Group C campaign.
Oh, I've fully subscribed to the fact that Tom Cromwell's going to be a player that we see here this week,
41.
and then we go, oh, here's a player we've got to see on a regular basis, certainly in a Group C.
60.
Demanding more of himself. Knows there's the opportunity there.
58.
Daryl Pilgrim, phantom dart there from Cromwell. I know other players do it, but Pilgrim's one that's done it for a long time now.
93.
Ham's in trouble here. Needs to find a couple of reds.
Is he in trouble because he forgot the mustard?
Oh, Phil Bars is on a roll.
96.
Big last. I think that's just been the difference. Cromwell just finding that last start in hand when he needs it.
55.
This is for a double break.
103. $62. Ricardo Recoil.
The setup is good, and now Ham needs to find something special. It's not going to go. So Cromwell coming back at 41 for a 3-0 lead.
Game shot on the third.
No problems, no dramas. Cromwell a leg away from getting his second win of the day. This would be a good confidence builder here to pick up a win against a man who yesterday was looking very, very dangerous in Ricardo Ham, who stood at the back of the stage there, Phil, just pondering what has got him into this situation.
It's not just a win, but if he holds here, it's going to be a 4-0 win as well. The bagel is going to be served. And a huge statement sent out from Cromwell.
Well, we know Group C a lot of the time. We talk about leg difference. Certainly after about 6 or 7 laps of fixtures, leg difference becomes valuable.
100.
So Cromwell can apply that scoreboard pressure as well as giving himself that belief that he's got that in the locker. On debut, you can ask yourself a lot of questions. You can often go searching.
96.
Yeah, and Ham needs a couple of trebles here. It's not going to find them.
98.
So Cromwell has 6 for 224.
Well, Cromwell's doing his job absolutely perfect here. He hit a treble with all his first 3 visits, and now we're looking to drive home the advantage. That means Ham needs to fill it up, really, when you're up against the darts.
85.
And it's just 90 points away here from a comfortable 4-0. Bit of value.
And finds double 18. Cromwell pins the 90 for a 4-0 victory over Ricardo Ham. Cromwell goes 2 from 2 and is an early leader in this Group C campaign. But as Matthew alluded to a little while ago, the leg difference could be huge. 4-0 sends a statement to the rest of Group C. But coming up after the break, Colin Osborne against Carl Coleman.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Line.
They've both got the talent where they can reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one. Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
shot on the third leg.
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith is it a
Darius Labanowski.
9? a long time, and that clenched fist. He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Shot on the fourth flag.
Just like that. Only needs the one. There you can see.
So that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great dive.
Shot on the first leg.
It's a breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Shot on the second leg.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, everyone, on this Thursday afternoon, live on our YouTube channel. And if you haven't yet, you know what to do. Make sure you click the subscribe button and turn notifications on so you know when we go live. Someone's O is going to have to go here, though. Matt, the Wizard against Coleman. They've both won so far today. However, one of them is going to find defeat for the first time.
Yeah, Cole. Start again. Let's try again.
First leg,
To raise that
Coleman
moment.
to throw first.
Carl Coleman.
Game on.
Easy for me to say. Knows Colin Osborne very, very well. And I think we'll probably find something a little bit settling about playing Colin, but maybe Colin will have the same in the other way, and the other factor, the group favourite here,
140.
looking to really make a bit of a statement. But Coleman, got to be said, that first game was well above and beyond what we sort of expected from him, and it was a mighty fine performance.
Yeah, this time doesn't have the darts, so he's going to have to find a little bit more against the Wizard here.
95.
But already the darts more compact for Colin Osborne. He really did motor at the back end of that game with Stuart Kellet.
180. $58.
Coleman looking to apply pressure here. Off the back of the max.
96.
This is what you learn, though, as well, isn't it? We talked about the setbacks that Coleman's had over time when going to Q school. It didn't quite work out for him.
66.
And the various events in which he's gone to and felt like he was just way below the standard. There's two things you do. You go back and say, I'm not good enough, or you go back and work
84.
harder and you come back better.
142.
And Coleman's done the latter. And with that, you just become more resilient. You can become more adapt to that setback. But this would be a setback for him if Colin Osborne can find the double 11, but he's come well inside.
So 115 for an early break. Not there, but it was a great effort.
Only require 11.
Osborne to rescue the situation. 3 for double 4. 2 at double 4. Now it gets nervy. And he can't take it, so Coleman returns for a break.
Require 36.
A lesser spotted double 17. And he can't take the opportunity. How crucial could that be, Matt? Because break opportunities don't come around too often against Osborne.
I think there's a lot of awareness going on here. Colin Osborne
shot
very
the
aware
first
of the
set.
threat
Colin
and the
Osborne.
danger of which Coleman can possess, and Coleman aware of what he's up against
Second leg,
here,
it's
which
Cole
could
to
be
throw
a
first.
sizable scalp here on the Super Series stage against a former weekly winner in Colin Osborne.
100. $97.
Not the ideal first start there from Coleman.
60.
Can't work around it. Perhaps should have switched to an open target. The dart below doesn't really do him any favours.
He's sort of been in
66.
and around the darting scene for quite some time, hasn't he, Carl Coleman? He's actually been playing himself for around about 13 years. Got into that through interests of his
60.
father, Dennis. Then they started supporting and following Glenn Durrant around the scenes. They went to his 2015 World Masters win and supported him all the way through those
60.
Lakeside World Championships and his time on the PDC. But he's not just a player, is he, Carl Coleman? He loves darts, loves being involved in darts at all aspects, and has actually been organising a lot of competitions over the last 5 years.
140.
Also became a director of the Northeast ADC alongside Scott Hunt, and we've seen this story quite a few times as well, haven't we, where the organiser steps up here at the Super Series and shows what they can do as well. Adam Mould comes to the forefront of my mind, and what a comparison that could be for Coleman, because Adam Mould, a weekly winner here at the Super Series. But Osborne
109.
with a
Colin,
break
you require
opportunity
98.
here.
Does he stay there or does he go 18s? He went for the 18s. Not going to go,
38.
so Coleman
Oliver
will
Court,
return for a
32.
level game.
Same as the previous leg here for Coleman. 15 darts to get down to the double. So the scoring is consistent.
Game shot on the
And
second
this time
leg.
gets the
Carl
double last
Coleman.
dart in hand. Big moment there. Osborne ready to strike on 60. Coleman
leg, it's
showing
Collins
us a
to throw
little bit of
first.
bottle.
Game on.
Yeah, you talk about where he plays his local stuff as well. It's a tough school up in that northeast. You look at the players it's produced, the players they've come through, and
95.
look at the pros that still play local league and local darts up there. Dobie, Rids, Joyce, they all still play local stuff to keep themselves sharp.
It just goes to show what a community it is there as well. And we can see that in regards to the support, not just that we get for Coleman, but anytime anyone's playing from that part of the UK, we normally get an increase in viewing numbers, and you see a lot of
46.
people travelling to support. Very good sort of community darts.
Yeah, I'm sure if Carl can find his way to Saturday night, then Dennis will be
93.
here.
Well, we know he's travelled with a couple of people as well. Jamie Durrant travelling down with him. There was in a venue nearby having a bit of practice, getting ready for the date.
85.
There's something that's really baffling me here, Phil. I'm sure there's a big story behind it. Maybe you know, as the cutting journalist that you are.
Content creator.
43.
Have you got any idea where Carl Coleman got this nickname from? He's got Coley on the back of his shirt.
180.
I guess it's just a shortening of Coleman. Like good old nicknames like Northie and have been abbreviated over the years.
54. Colin, you require 95.
There it is, Coley. But Coley won't be happy where he's left that one. Left it on a no finish.
87.
So even a 170, any chance, any opportunity, because normally what you find is you hit a treble 20 and it just builds that frustration even more.
49. Colin, you require
But Osborne looking at double 4 to lead again.
Game shot on the third leg.
The Wizard
Colin Osborne.
holds back in front.
Fourth leg, it's Cole to throw first. Game on.
I'm actually going to divert away from the darts for a second. Here,
99.
and just dissect that shirt a little bit. There's quite a lot going on there, actually, isn't there, for Coley? Bit of a skyline in there as well. Got the bridge.
Yeah, which we famously saw on
59.
Does' shirt, the red one as well.
See on the sleeve there. The skyline. That well thought out nickname of Coley.
45.
There's a name underneath the bridge as well.
140.
It's a well thought out shirt. I
45.
like it.
I think it just said Carl Coleman.
$125.
I know Jamie is in the chat room. Jamie, what's the name on the shirt? If in doubt, we'll always ask.
121.
But on the dartboard here, it's all about Colin Osborne looking at the
99.
breaker throat. There it is, confirmation of Carl Coleman under the bridge. I don't think that's where he lives, just where he's managed to find a place to put his name.
100.
Either that or a fan of the Red Hot Chili
78.
Peppers.
Or Trolls. But 78 here for Osborne. Oh, that wayward dart means he needs a treble. Not able to find. That is where he'll be
38.
kicking himself a
Oliver
little bit here.
91.
Coleman, 91 points away from a level game. Needs a treble himself. Finds it, double 16.
75.
And Osborne, who's
Oliver
been
McGuire,
trying to
40.
leave tops at all opportunities. 3 in hand.
Game shot on the fourth
Only
leg.
needs the one.
Colin Osborne.
The Wizard has broken Coleman.
Fifth leg, it's Colin to throw first.
And now
Game.
Cole Coleman needs to win 3 on the spin, including 2 rakes of throw. It's a tough assignment from here against the Group C favourites.
100.
Then we've got just one more game in this second lap of fixtures. That will be Stephen Jameson taking on Stuart Kellet,
81.
and then everyone would have played 2. Tom Cromwell, the man who's picked up 2 victories so far. Colin Osborne looking to join him. Both Jameson and Kellet both going down in fixture number 1.
100.
I know you're very much an on-brand point man. I'm just looking at Carl's flights there on brand as well, with the bridge and the nickname and everything on.
140.
Yep, I like it when people just have that extra bit of consideration.
$100.
But he's forcing Coley to hit something big here. Needs 2 trebles to get down to a finish. When you got the darts, you're just hitting that 1 treble a throw.
60.
You're always just keeping your opponent at arm's reach. It's like a boxer just landing the jab.
$85.
Osborne down to 116 after 12. This needs to be huge from Coleman.
100.
Ton's not enough.
Colin McGuire, 116.
This for the match.
100.
Oh, sets it up perfectly
Colin
after
McGuire,
15 darts. So
120.
Coleman needs 1 of each on the 20s. That's the easy part. Can't get the tricky bit. And Osborne,
50.
3 darts to get the job done.
60.
Osborne to go 2 from 2 and join Cromwell on 4 points. Double 8. Great guide to work off of. Surely. No, it's not in, Carl. It's not in. What a dart that is from Colin Osborne. He looks again at dart 2. We can assure you it wasn't in. But Colin Osborne defeats Carl Coleman 4-1 to move level on points with Tom Cromwell at the top of the table. But coming up after the break, Stephen Jameson against Stuart Kellet.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And he is absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that pie face dominated throughout.
Ball 1, George Taylor, Gareth Tilly. Ball 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Welcome back, everyone, to this Group C campaign here on Thursday afternoon. 2 players tied on 4 points, and that is Tom Cromwell and Colin Osborne. Osborne defeating Coleman 4-1 in our last game. But one of these, either Stephen Jameson or Stuart Kellet, will pick up their first victory here in Group C. Someone's O is going to go. And from what we saw last time out, Kellet the favourite for you, Matt?
Yeah, on the evidence of what we've seen so
First
far,
leg,
and the
it's
evidence of what we've
Stephen
seen
to
throughout
throw
their
first.
careers.
Game
But
on.
Jameson can play. We've seen plenty from him. He's going to be dangerous. He's going to be a threat, certainly with the throw. In the last game, he was playing very, very well. He's got the advantage of throwing first
60.
in this game. Could be a telling factor here. He certainly had time to settle into life at the Super Series and play up there on the stage, joining us for a Group A campaign.
99.
And he has never once gone through a day without a victory. Always been able to pick up at least a win somewhere. Very dangerous
100.
customer here in a Group C campaign. But Kellet, you say you feel would be favourite. He is favourite with the odds compilers
60.
as well. But I do feel this is one of those games where whoever you've backed, you're going to get a nervy moment and a nervy ride.
100.
Very methodical in his approach, isn't he, Stuart Kellet? Even the way he addresses the hockey, which for a lot of players
100.
these days is a very rushed instant. They just sort of get up, the dart's in their hand, it's drawn back before they're even in that set position. Not Stuart Kellet.
140.
Just watch that approach there, and you see how he just gets the foot in right, gets in that position, gets the stance, the body, that big upright action. All into position before he even thinks about delivering a dart. And both players down to gettable finishes after 12.
Yeah, the Kellet throw hasn't
49.
changed too much
Shooting
over the
McCoy,
years
102.
as he looks at 102 for an early breaker throw.
Choices. Goes for the smallest target, hits it, and
Game
takes
shown
out
the
the 102.
Stuart
Big,
Kellet.
big hit. Big moment in just the opening leg here. Because that
Second
will
leg,
make
it's
Stephen
Stuart to throw
Jameson feel
first.
like, here we go
Okay.
again. Because he walked into a couple of big haymakers already this week.
Yeah, fabulous finish from Kellet.
60.
Confident finish as well to opt for the bullseye. He had choices. He could have stayed on the treble 20. There was plenty of room to the left-hand side of that dart just underneath the treble. He could have gone to the
125.
treble 14. But very confident enough in his approach to utilise the bullseye.
Yeah, I like it. Big fan.
60.
But then kicks off with a couple of back-to-back trebleless visits. And that'll frustrate. There's those fives that I warned you about
35.
throughout his Group A campaign and what we expect to see until he just looks at straightening up that action a little bit. Already 4 fives out of his opening
60.
6 darts, but not too much damage done here. Kellet not able to take advantage.
45.
Another one. It's a perfect guide for Kellet. It's over adjusted though.
60.
He'll be disappointed not to find the treble with dart 1 set up to attention.
$58. $83.
Kellet still in a very good position here, despite the fact that last start in the treble 20 is the first one he's thrown in the leg.
100.
Jameson leaves the Humphreys.
$100. Stephen McCoy, 138.
It's not going to go.
58.
So Kellet
Stuart
looking at
McCoy,
78 for 2-0. Important moment, this. 20 for tops. Tops for 2-0.
58.
Grazes the bottom wire.
80.
There's that 5 again. Oh, that is harsh there on Jameson. He was looking at the 25 to leave the bullseye. He ends up hitting the bullseye first, eliminating the chance. And Kellet now, a big, big chance for a big lead in the game. He's got to go double 5. Frustratedly,
No score.
throws the last start away.
8.
Jameson gets a lifeline to break straight back. Finds double 2, and we are level once again.
Jameson.
Kellet will be frustrated by that. He broke in leg 1 and then had the opportunities to hold. Couldn't take them. 1 apiece.
Just wastes a really good break of darts there, doesn't it? When you give the throw away after having 24 darts to hold. And that is why there's a bit of head shaking going on there from... Well, it's not KO, is it? He's gone back to Cooster now.
60.
Always be KO, Kellet.
But a few nickname changes over the years, haven't we? Some of them,
39.
we are very grateful for them changing. Remember 009 James Wade?
The Gladiator.
Dream Boy Gary Anderson.
Oh, don't mention that one.
43.
The Dude, Daryl Gurney.
Yeah, a few of them have needed changing over the years, haven't they?
133.
Joe Miner went from Shaggy to Midnight to no nickname.
Richard North said about every single one going.
Northie.
140.
He was the Mouth of the South, Lionheart. He's had a few.
84.
Brendan Dolan used to be Armageddon.
Remember, for a very, very small period of time, Brendan Dolan was also Oki Balboa.
I do remember.
60. Stephen Ibrahimovic, 120.
We'll keep this one going. Let's see if Jameson can pin the 120 to lead. Tops for a 2-1 lead.
Game
Fabulous
on the third leg.
from Jameson.
Stephen
Finds
Jameson.
the Shanghai. Kellet gives him the fist pump.
Fourth leg, it's Stewart to throw first. Game.
A little bit of quality there from Jameson.
100.
Do you remember when Barney used to have the Barney Rubble character on the back of his shirt?
Yeah. Told to take it off, wasn't he?
I think copyright infringement got involved.
As I think they may with
100.
other incidences to be looked at in future years.
Well, the other one was James Wilson, wasn't it, when he had Jammy Dodger?
85.
Had to change it to Lethal Biscuit for reasons, but then changed it back to Jammy Dodger spelt differently.
60. $140. $100.
This could be a big visit, this, for Jameson. If he can find a couple of trebles,
100.
maybe the one will be enough. He'll be expecting to get at least a dart at a double here, should Kellet not take out the big 141, which he's not going to do. Jameson to take a real grip
65.
here.
Stephen
This
Ibrahimovic,
fixture in the middle
76.
part of the game. An eye widening
56.
dart 2, and I feel like it
76.
just broke the concentration there. going into the dart at the tops, very nearly slipped it into the 5s. Same equation, but a different way for Stuart Kellet.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
A nice combination finish. It's been the combination finishes that have been the strength of the pair here.
5th leg, it's
As we go
Stephen to
into
throw
a best
first.
of 3
Game on.
clash.
Yeah, the dart, or the wider dart there, you could see just broke his concentration, because it's one of those ones, when it leaves your fingers, you're not quite sure, are you?
Yeah, he was more grateful and relieved, I think, to get the dart at the top, so that the mind stays with that wayward opportunity
140.
as Kellet cashes in on the 2 wayward darts there for Jameson, whose first dart was a treble 20, would be fuming to walk
59.
away with 62. And it's one of those shots, 62, 62, 66, 68, where if you get the treble with the last dart in hand, you feel relieved and happy. But if you get it with the
60.
first, you come off and it feels like an absolute mess of a shot.
Talking about nickname changes and so on, walk-on music changes.
85.
Do you think anyone would ever be brave enough or bold enough to say, I want to use the power?
I don't think they'd be allowed to be honest. Remember, you are
140.
requesting your song, and it does still need to be approved. And I don't think that would be approved.
95.
And I wouldn't be surprised if
Require
many people have asked for it
161.
already.
It's an interesting one, though, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
65.
Absolutely.
Especially if someone came through with the surname Power as well.
Do you know something Power who's coming through the ranks by any chance, Phil? Here?
No, but I might just make one up and we'll fabricate it. It's fine.
56.
Okay, it leaves
Stephen require
tops
100.
after 15. Jameson. Another combination shot. He's already took out the 120.
84.
Fine effort there.
Stewie require
This Kellet's
40.
chance. A big chance to break. 3 darts. Only
shot on the
needs the
5th
1.
leg.
You can
Stuart
see the
Kellet.
reaction there of Stuart Kellet doing a Pro Tour celebration, as I like to call it, which is a
6th leg,
very
it's Stuart to throw
silenced
first.
sort of
Game on.
clenching of the fist. Reason for that being the Pro Tour takes place on 16 boards around the room, and you're not allowed to audibly celebrate. It's got to be
40.
quiet inwards. If people are watching you, they're not allowed to, again, vocalise their support or their pleasure with a shot, because there's games either side of you and you never know what you're disturbing.
41.
I know you're not allowed to, but you and I have both been at Pro Tours when players have done it. Have you ever forgotten your environment and given it large, perhaps when you hit a 170 finish?
100.
Ironically, not with a 170 finish, which I did against Gary Anderson. But oh, absolutely, you get carried away with the moment sometimes, and you very quickly get told.
43.
You've seen how I play this game, Phil. You know I've...
I was leading you up the garden path there. I'd even open the gate for you.
You know I've
37.
been at the naughty table.
Yeah, I'd completely opened the garden gate and just led you up it there.
84.
Stuart Kellet really starting to pass his examination here.
Yeah, the last 3 legs, this
60.
game was really caught light. It was a slow start from both, but the last 3 legs have been very good.
41.
Is that
Should
one
we
slip
require
too many now for
164?
Jameson, because Kellett's got time on his hands. Unless Jameson can find a couple of trebles, Kellet could have up to 9 darts here.
Yeah, I think that could be all she wrote
124.
with Kellet tees up tops.
Well, it's all about mistakes now. Jameson needs Kellet to make a lot of them.
81.
6 darts
Should we require
at the
40?
double to get his first points on the board.
Game
Kellet only
shot
needs the
and
one.
match.
Stuart Kellet
Stuart
bags a
Kellet.
4-2 victory. His first of this Group C gets him off and running. And and he will be able to build from that. He's played some good stuff across the 2 games, Kellet, and now has a victory to show for it. That 102 finish was the highlight from him. But coming up after the break, Colin Osborne looking to go clear at the top.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49, 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9-dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Leacock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters!
And welcome back, everyone, as we have completed 2 rounds of fixtures here on this Thursday afternoon. KO Kellet picking up his first victory in our last fixture. But Osborne and Cromwell are the 2 setting the pace at the moment at the top of the table, both on 4 points. And arguably, they have been the best 2 consistently. We've seen flashes from the others, but those 2 consistently have got the job done. In our next game, Colin Osborne is looking to move clear and move to 6 points, and he will do that with a victory over Ricardo Ham.
Ricardo Ham not really followed up, has he, in regards to what he did yesterday? It's kind of gone back to the form line which you saw on Monday and Tuesday. Missed opportunities at the back end of the legs. He's had 20 darts at doubles so far today. 6 of those came in the last leg where he wasn't able to convert. And it is a fixture maybe he feels a bit of comfort in here. Colin Osborne, a player he's played for the last couple of days. A player he's had success against up there on that stage. But are we now going into an era of this week where Colin Osborne starts to produce Colin Osborne tiled darts?
I think so. I was interested to see how he was going to brush off the disappointment of being in Group C, but from what I've seen so far today, he's done that, and he's embracing the favourite tag. And right now, I think he will. I think he'll be here on Saturday night. I'm still not sure if the levels are there to win Saturday night yet, because the people, or Connor Scott, who was already there, and the ones in Group B did a number on him So he's going to have to find something extra if
97.
he gets there.
The main thing is we know it is there. We know it's in the locker. We know he's got that level of ability.
96.
When you take a look at Saturday night, the levels haven't been there to win Saturday night yet, but it's not Saturday night. And we know that Saturday night changes everything. Look at Wesley Pazia last week. He was producing levels that you'd say will win the series at a canter, averaging nearly 96 over his 15 games in Group A. He didn't even reach the final. He went out in the semis.
84.
Saturday night is a completely different beast.
Yeah, we've seen it so often here at the Super Series that someone comes through the pack on a Saturday night.
100.
Well, we know how well Adam Paxton played last week, but I think when you watched the week
36.
campaign, you wouldn't have made him favourite going into it. But he certainly was the man lifting the trophy at the end, and Colin Osborne could put himself a sizable way there with victory here. Tops to break the throw at the earliest opportunity. He is stepping it up.
Colin Osborne.
He's starting to go through the gears.
Some might say he's stepping in.
First. Game on.
Did you just get a sort of Oasis quote and a Christmas quote in the same one?
I did.
Needs to be here when Paul Lewis was here a couple of weeks ago. Then he was in a Group C campaign. He was an Oasis tribute singer by trade.
100.
Was he living in a champagne supernova?
There's something you might not know about myself, actually, Phil. I still am an Oasis tribute singer. At 2:30 in the morning. Every time I'm on a night out.
I still remember the
90.
last university exhibition you did.
$95.
Is that university night still the best exhibition you've ever done or been involved in?
60.
Special. Totally different darting scene, the university scene. We see, obviously, what life's like here at the Super Series, and we got a little indication to the university scene when we had
65.
Adam Warner here around Christmas. The support, the atmosphere that they bring on that university dart circuit.
When they almost charged the stage.
81.
Chris Murphy diving for
Colin
cover.
McGuire, 116.
But Ricardo Ham there, that is the walk of someone who looks like a beaten man already. The shoulders slumped, the head down. You may have reason to do so.
96.
Colin Osborne
Ricardo
is racing through the levels.
The 170 is not going to go.
60.
So Osborne
20.
to double that advantage. I
No
like
score.
that play.
Ricardo, you require 110.
They just look floaty
78.
darts right now that
Colin
he's almost
McGuire,
hoping
20.
they go in instead of making sure they go in.
That's the exact word that was on the end of my tongue. Hopeful.
Games on the second leg. Colin Osborne.
Where Osborne is making things happen. Right now, Ham is
Then
hoping.
it's Ricardo to throw first.
It goes from hopeful to desperation almost now for Ricardo Ham. Because he did lose his last game by 4-0.
140.
He lost his opening game as well, so he's now on a run. And this is 8th leg now, where he's still been seeking a positive outcome.
140. $60.
And Osborne here with a big visit will sense that double break.
121.
The way Ham's playing, that's enough. I know it's only 60-point lead, but Osborne will build on that.
100.
Well, it also means he only needs one treble now to get down to a finish. We know that Ham's not been overly convincing at the back end of the legs. Which if we know that Osborne's going to know that too, this is possibly Osborne's best leg of the day. Looking at a potential 11 darter here.
41.
Becomes
Calling him
big
a quite
favourite.
100.
Looking at a ton for 3-0. I'd stay there with that lie. What do I know?
60. Ricardo, you require 160.
Well, 2 trebles for Ricardo Ham to resist the charge here with Colin Osborne. Can't even find it with the first one.
42. Calling him
Does
require
look
40.
like he's getting to the point of resigning to his fate here as Colin Osborne, averaging in the mid-90s. Looking for a 3-0 lead.
Game shot on the third leg.
And he's giving
Colin
Ham
Osborne.
a bit of a hammering.
Osborne leads
Well,
3-0
it's
as Ham
Colin
is
to throw
undercooked
first.
here.
Game on. $30.
Makes you also think about the questioning around Ricardo Ham. And
100.
we know he's got full-time occupation. How much with this has he ever played this much darts as well in this many days? That Group A campaign may feel like
100.
it was in the past now because obviously it's in the ledger, it's done the job. But that's been the last 3 days. This is his 4th day in a row of playing darts for up there about 6-7 hours.
60.
Is there potentially a bit of fatigue? Certainly in terms of mental fatigue, because losing is tiring. When you're not playing well, it becomes a bit of a chore, becomes effort. And right now, it will feel
100.
quite draining for Ricardo Ham.
Yeah, outside the pros or the part-time professionals, as we call them, that
97.
you don't play this amount of darts day in, day out on a consistent basis. So your players that are just dropped off the tour, or your Andy Boltons that goes and tops up all the time, he'll be used to it.
180.
Well, this could be really bleak reading soon for Ricardo Ham. He lost his last game by 4-0.
60.
If he loses this
Well,
again, it
91.
may become wafer thin for Ham.
91 tops. Osborne wins it in style. Colin Osborne cooks the Ham 4-0 to go clear at the top. He moves on to 6 points, 3 from 3, and all of a sudden the Wizard is finding his best stuff. 96.97 from Osborne, his best performance here in Group C, and he is sending a message to everyone else. But coming up after the break, can Tom Cromwell join him on 6 points?
I feel a lot less nervous than last time.
Can you remember what I said, Mason?
Said stop moving your body.
No, said stop missing.
Sometimes I feel like I get more lucky if I wear my lucky trousers. Oh, I would love to play the World Cup.
Dab in there, that's it.
I think we would be incredible pairs partners in the World Cup one day.
Another one.
No, you're going to go for the 141.
Oh, really?
You're going to go for the 180.
Team 9 data.
Yeah, it was an incredible experience.
On the Oki with the Whitlocks is available on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel right now. Make sure you head over there after the session, of course, and check it out if you haven't already. But back to today's action. Cromwell looking to join Osborne at the top of the table. Osborne on 6 points. Cromwell could join him, but Kellet could also join Cromwell on 4. An interesting dynamic to this game.
Been impressed with Cromwell so far. It was the functionality. It's not been his blistering best. We know he's better than what he's shown so far. Both averages in the 81. But the impressive thing when you look deeper, 50% on the doubles. The functionality of play, hitting things when he needs to do it.
Game on.
He has looked very, very good. But you feel this is his first real sort of big test. But he may be settled in now. I think represents, again,
70.
Potentially a bit of value here against Kellet. It was a good performance last time out, wasn't it, for Stuart Kellet getting his first points on the board. Beating Stephen Jameson by 4 legs to 2. A couple of good combination finishes really did save the situation for him.
Yeah, I was impressed by Kellet, like you alluded to when we were doing the game, that for someone that doesn't play as much as he used to, still signs of genius in there.
99.
Yeah, it'll be in there. It'll come out. It's just coming out as often as regular.
85.
Remember what The Undertaker said on the last ride?
What a documentary that is.
Oh, fantastic.
137.
We watched it the other day as well. Great. Great documentary. Takes us back down to the lockdown days as well.
Did you watch the behind the scenes one that last time we were together? You were going home on the Sunday, ordering a great big Chinese and going to watch it.
Oh, it was a Chinese as well, yes, absolutely. Yeah, watched a lot. Something that's coming into darts a little bit more now as well, isn't it? A bit of shoulder content, just like on the Oki series.
60. Stuart record 69.
But Kellet to break. It's going to be one dart, double 16. Clips the wire.
Tommy record
It was those sort of combination shots that got him over the line against Jameson. Cromwell could give him a taste of his own medicine, but that is
61.
so far away from the 18, and that's the mistake he's been making on multiple occasions.
You touched on it there. It's something that we've seen an awful lot of.
Game
and Kellet steps in to break. But Cromwell, if I'm being critical, that's one thing that needs to tighten up, is those big numbers. Need to make sure.
Game on.
He's missed 2 of them in that combination.
Reminder, we will be back this evening for Group B action, a double day of darts. We are back at 10 o'clock. And we know a lot of people have been asking when Ashley Coleman is going to be on. He's going to be on this evening. He'll be in game number 2. And he'll be taking on Tony O'Shea. Gert de Vos also joining us there from his Group A campaign. And they're going to be joined by Ron Muhlenkamp and also Fallon Sherrick, the recent runner-up of the Women's World Match Play, will be joining us for what looks to be a very interesting group of 5 to be narrowed down to just 3.
Yeah, I really like the look of Group B.
130.
You got 3 picks, Phil. I know you're not going to be here this evening. Have you got 3 players you think is going to go through?
I do. I think it will be
55.
Ashley Coleman,
108.
Ron Moulenkamp, and Fallon Sherrock.
I should have known better than to ask you that question without turning my notes over. Just read it straight off my pad.
56. Tommy require 120.
There's that wayward dart again for Cromwell.
49.
I suppose for the first time here,
52.
Cromwell's starting to believe. Coming into this game with 2 wins, knowing another one here, he can really start to believe that he can get through to Saturday. But Stuart Kellet, just like Colin Osborne in the last, is going through the gears, showing that quality of CV.
$100.
It's just getting better and better, Kellet. Like what I'm seeing here.
180.
Dare say as well, the approach to the hockey is still the same. The set, the address in the hockey, but the actual delivery of the darts looks a little quicker as well, doesn't it? It just looks a little bit more fluent. Maybe just starting to trust and believe. And you do when
60.
you're sort of not playing with as much confidence, you do tend to just be a little bit more deliberate.
60.
Yeah, and Colin Osborne might be thankful he played Kellet first.
Yeah, where you play the fixtures can be a big thing. Look at Mike Warburton last week. In this exact situation,
45.
Drew Adam Paxton the first game and said, I'm glad to get him out the way. And he was right, because Paxton went on to win the week.
100.
Thought there were some good signs from Warby last week, though, that I think the last couple of times he's been here, he's perhaps not done himself justice to the levels that we've seen him before, but I think last week he's getting back to somewhere near
81.
his best.
I think majority of people who was here last week can take a lot of pride in the effort they put forward.
136.
Cromwell
135.
leaves himself handy to hold on to his throat. And he'll get a shot, and I suppose the good thing for him here, after missing big numbers in the last 2 legs, is he's actually got 2 side by side. In this situation, he may even just think through between the 2. Go for the wire.
Game shot on the 3rd leg.
I think
Tom
he
Cromwell.
knows that was a big moment as well. He hasn't given us much in terms of reaction, but that little fist pump there
Full flare gets Stewart
from
to
Tom
throw
Cromwell,
first.
he knows
Game.
how big a moment that was, because Kellet was set ready to pants.
$100. $46.
Well, when you came in this morning, we grabbed him for a chat, didn't we, Tom Cromwell? We had a discussion about the prospects and what we think may happen here this week. And he came across very confident, and he also really sees this the same way in which we did, that this is a real group of opportunity. But how does it turn from I've got a bit of
96.
opportunity to now I'm actually starting to succeed, I'm actually starting to become a bit of a favourite here
55.
when you've won those first couple of games? Because instead of him coming in here looking at other people start looking at him. Which is why what Colin Osborne's doing at the top of the table as the favourite is just
42.
so much more impressive, because it does bring a different type of pressure when you become the favourite.
Yeah, we touched on
85.
where you play your fixtures is important, and this little run of fixtures even more so as well, because coming up next we've got Carl Coleman against Stephen Jameson. if Coleman wins, he keeps himself in early contention. If he loses, then there's already a 3-3 split starting to develop in this group.
Cromwell will be fuming here, finding the treble with that first dart. The bounce
63.
out in the second sort of saves the situation.
80.
Refusing to go for the 25 on ball to set up a finish with the previous effort.
Game shot the fourth leg.
Kellet looking
Stuart
good.
Kellet.
Again, that Pro Tour celebration, the muted fist grasp for the
The
air
player gets
grab.
Tom to throw first. Game
Something I know you're a big fan of, the old boy band air grab felt.
That's unlucky.
120.
Oh, can't beat a good boy band air grab. Also, the key change as you stand up off the stall is always a good one as well.
140. $77.
Well, 3 throws in a row now. Cromwell's had a dart on the throw. 4. Dart on the floor. Getting tongue twisted all over today.
60. $60.
You can see the frustration in Cromwell at the moment. Starting to boil over a little bit.
He'll probably just be quite relieved to have all the darts in.
140. $100. Stuart, you require 161.
161 for Kellet.
$55. Tom, you record 144.
So Kellet will return for 106.
60. Stuart, you require 100.
This is for the match. He's already had a 102 today. It's the same equation, just the one treble required. Doesn't find it, but leaves it handy. Big ask, big moment for Tom Cromwell.
It's going to get a dart at the ball.
59.
Can't take it, so Kellet returns
8
to win it 4-1. Stuart Kellet, 4-1 victor over Tom Cromwell. We saw the fist pump from him. He is starting to believe good things are going to happen in this Group C campaign. He goes into second on to 4 points. And after defeating his opener, he is making a move. 89.39 average for him. But coming up after the break, Carl Coleman against Stephen Jameson. Welcome back, everyone, to the Modus Super Series here in this Group C campaign. And this is a huge game for both players because the table is starting to take shape here. Coleman needs a win to keep himself in that pack. A win for Jameson, and then there is a clear split. So, Matt, big game this one.
A game where they both know each other quite well, so they'll be very well aware of the threat. Even if we haven't seen it fully here at the Super Series, they will be very well aware of what the other one can do. We have seen some really good signs in the early part of this from Coleman. Certainly better than the stats would suggest from the evidence of which we have seen in regards to numbers on him, but one thing we do know is the direction of his career is certainly changing, the effort that he is putting into this game, the application that he is now applying himself to the sport. He wants to follow in the footsteps of someone he idolises, someone he's followed around the world, someone he's looked up to, and that is three-time BDO World Champion and Premier League winner Glenn Durrant.
Absolutely. I remember when Duzza made the switch over from the BDO to the PDC, became an instant hit.
41.
And although he didn't win the match play, I remember when he played there, he became the darling of the Winter Gardens. They were singing Walking in a Durrant Wonderland, and he went on to beat MVG.
91.
Well, I did ask Glenn, what do we expect to see from Coleman? And he said, a little bit unsure. He expects him to average anywhere between 70 and 90. But in Glenn's opinion, it was all about how he reacts to the stage. And, well, I would say he's reacted to the stage very, very well. He's acquitted himself good. There's not too many signs of nerves in there. He's looked a very promising prospect. And I dare say that as this goes on and this campaign goes, I think we're going to go towards the higher end of what Glenn's expecting there, with the getting closer to the 90 rather than regressing towards the 70s, because, again, 15 darts thrown, and he's down looking at the doubles.
30.
Yeah, we'll be back. 8-8 when he returns for a 1-0 lead.
95. Carly requires 60. Game shot.
Got himself out of a hole there.
Coleman
finds 2-2. Last dart in hand. The nerves would have been racing then.
Second leg, it's Stephen to throw first.
This is what I like. He's showing good signs here. You see him get to the back of the stage, get out of the eye line there, and give it a little bit of a fist bump. We've seen some players, certainly the younger players, if a leg's won in 21 darts, they're almost throwing their arms around, showing displeasure at winning the leg because it wasn't done in a 9-darter.
140.
Coleman
knows they all count the same, and look what he's building to now.
Makes me laugh when we see players saying sorry for winning a leg.
54.
Yeah, never understood or subscribed to that logic myself. I was more a fan of the Gerwin Price approach, where you win a leg you shouldn't and you celebrate it twice as hard.
Did you say sorry when you hit the 170 against Gary Anderson?
No, I took his flights off him.
Love that.
A true story. I turned around and I said, can I have your flights? And it was just before the match play. He says, actually, you can have the darts if you want. And like an absolute numpty, I turned them down and just took the flights.
Idiots.
Yeah. Things you live to regret.
85. $134.
Are you a sentimental dart player? As in, do you keep stuff that you've done well in, like a shirt that you've done well in, or a set of darts that you've done something well in?
Requires 70.
Only my World Championship stuff. and just that stuff. Everything else, no.
38. Stephen Iroquois, 125.
Well, this could be a moment that you could catch on film.
65. Carl
Coleman
Iroquois, 32.
just feels like he's a visit ahead all the time at the moment. Feels like he's a throw above.
Is that too close?
No score. Stephen
A
Iroquois,
slight step to the right-hand side could have really opened up the bed there, I think. I think it was a perfect dart, but not from the same starting position. And they're the things he will learn.
Stephen
And on this occasion, learns the hard way. Stephen Jameson levels us up.
Third leg, it's Cole to throw first.
Yeah, the reason I ask is you were talking about Gary Anderson giving his darts away, and that he actually gave away his first World Championship winning darts.
I mean, we're talking
43.
about Glenn Durrant at the start of this game as someone who Carl Coleman looks up to. Glenn Durrant was very much that as well, wasn't he? He gave away darts and shirts, in which he did well at. And as he's got into his more senior years and his career's winding down, he's sort of looking at it and regretting giving away all that memorabilia. And now sort of trying to claw it back, and I think he's got most of it back. I think there's one shirt maybe missing that he hasn't been able to locate.
Oh, he's located it now. He gave it to the Middlesbrough chairman.
Right.
100.
It came to him once. The penny dropped. Yeah. Mr. Gibson has that shirt somewhere.
And maybe there's a lot to be
59.
learnt in that story as well, that at the time it may not feel that important, but later on in life you'll sort of regret and want those moments back.
100.
I'm a big collector, and one of the things with collectors is you want something that's very time-stamped to a period of time or to a moment. And
60.
whether that's your debut, like Carl Coleman here wants a big career within darts, and he sees this as an opportunity, the Super Series. And should he get through to
100.
Saturday, there may be a bit of memorabilia that to him will be priceless. That shirt, those darts, those flights, which he plays the evening with.
82.
Yeah, saw on social media last night that Luke Humphries has had his World Cup winning
68.
shirt framed alongside one of Michael Smith's. So again, he's one that likes memories.
140. Stephen Iroquois, 108.
Big saving visit there from Carl Coleman. But it could be too late. Tops again for Jameson.
Jameson the third.
Beautiful checkout.
Stephen Jameson.
He told me the other day he loves those sort of shots, those
Flag,
combinations.
it's Stephen to throw
Oh,
first.
that's his second one of the
Game
day.
on.
But that one, a vital exchange.
Yeah, and although it was a classy finish, the dart for single 14
95.
almost pinned the double.
$100. $45.
Does that 45 just let Coleman back in? Needs a treble.
48.
Not that one though.
When you've got the darts, you can sort of afford that one wayward visit as long as it is just the one. You should still be able to get the opportunity, provided your opponent doesn't do
100.
anything big and flash. Just like in the last game from Cromwell, you just start to wonder if
100.
those couple of wins and the opportunity that presents itself just starts to rear its head as a little bit of nerves for the players.
100.
Jameson's certainly settling into the fact that he's playing someone he is very, very familiar with.
$137. Stephen Iroquois, 161.
Giving himself an opportunity here. Has Coleman.
137. Carly Rock 116.
But there's no opportunity. The opportunity has gone. The opportunity has passed. Jameson's interest peaked.
86. Stephen Iroquois, 24.
Oh, I've just completely miscounted that one, haven't I? That was a dart at the bull.
We've all been there.
I've been there as a player as well, so it's not the first time I've done that.
18. Carly
But
Iroquois,
Jameson
30.
can't take the opportunity. Coleman now looking at double 15. Splits it.
Game
I
shot
like
on the
that.
full flag.
Clarity of
Carl
thought,
Coleman.
and by going that way, he had a perfect marker.
Yeah, just for the record, after the 10, you could still finish it as
The
well.
flag, it's Cole to throw first. Game on.
Didn't we see that recently as well? Someone miscounting on the... Was it the match play? Someone miscounted and took it out, and it ended up being the wrong finish.
Yeah.
42.
Still not as bad as Johnny Clayton's at the European Championship when he thought he hit it, did the finger point, and ITV actually showed the finger point
100.
celebration on him as well.
Well, we're talking about... Does it quite a lot in this game. He also did that, was it Isle of Man, when he thought he'd hit the double 16 and give it the full get in?
140.
And it ended up not being in. The final against Chris Landman. I think Charlie Korstefin was the referee that day.
95.
Of course, Charlie's gone on to do some wonderful things already. Premier League final. What a game that
41.
was to officiate.
$133.
This is one of the things that's really impressed me about Stephen Jameson. He's been hit hard this week. He hasn't had a lot go his own way, but every leg's just a new leg.
58.
He'd be disappointed with how that last leg went and the opportunity that he let pass him by. But look what he's doing straight away, coming out and attacking the Carl Coleman throw.
43.
It's quite hard to say, isn't it? Carl Coleman. Gotta get your tongue right around that one.
$60. Stephen Iroquois, 130.
Not really enough, though, from Coleman. Jameson, 130. Oh, he's chased. Should have made sure of the big number.
But there's that
90.
5 again.
Carly Iroquois,
It's
106.
the drift. But this would be noteworthy. This would be a game changer, a tide turner. That's set beautifully. Oh, I was expecting.
He'd be disappointed not to have followed the first dart.
40.
Back to a target for Stephen that he's found a lot of success on in this
Game shot
game
on the
and
fifth
this
leg.
week.
Stephen Jameson.
Despite letting that lead slip, he's now regained it and he's throwing for the
Sigler gets
match.
Stephen to throw first.
Just see there,
Game on.
some thinking time for Coleman.
$100. $44. $99.
Carl Coleman needs a big visit here. Jameson's having it all his own way at the moment.
100. $44.
Does that just open the door? But this needs to be big. Needs another.
135.
Back in this.
First time there for a 5
44.
because it eliminates any possibility of leaving a finish. We praised and credited Jameson a leg ago for this sort of resilience, and now Coleman
58.
fighting back himself.
$140.
Finds a huge visit when he really needed it. The 164 is not going to go from Coleman. So Jameson should get at least one match start here.
It's at his beloved tops.
54.
Just pulls it slightly low. You feel this is a skin-saving shot potentially for Coleman. Hit it, his favourite. Miss it. Could lose the game.
And it is not going to go.
58.
So Jameson coming back
Stephen
for double 10
20.
to win it. And win it he does. Stephen Jameson beats Carl Coleman 4-2. Coleman had opportunities, couldn't take them, but it is Jameson who steps in to bag the points in a 4-2 victory. There's the stats for you. That 108 finish from Jameson, the highlight. But coming up after the break, Osborne looking to go 4 clear at the top. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, everyone, and you just feel that this game is going to be huge in the table. Colin Osborne could go 4 points clear, or Cromwell could go level on points with Osborne, all to play for in this tie map. But if you feel that if Osborne wins this, he's already taken a giant step towards finals night, the way he's looked and the way everything else is going around him.
I think Osborne probably looked at this group and thought, I need to really kick on in this group. I need to win this group. I need to win it well. And he is. And not only that, but he's now starting to assert himself on this group. That last game, an average just shy of 97 in a very comprehensive victory one of the best performances we've seen from Colin Osborne so far this week. But you do feel he's going to have his hands full here a little bit with Cromwell. Cromwell has been showing us signs here on his Super Series debut, those signs that confirm how close he came to
First
that
leg,
PVC
it's
tour
Colin
card.
to throw first. Game on.
Osborne will be very well aware of Tom Cromwell, even if he's a new name to the viewers. And he knows he'll be fair warned if he's to keep his perfect record going today.
Yeah, Cromwell had issues in his last game of bounce outs, so we'll be hoping that doesn't affect him here.
42.
The bounce outs really did pain him a little bit, didn't they? And
56.
really had him lose his way a little bit. But when it happens 3 throws in a row, that's when it gets frustrating.
96.
Thing is, they were proper bounce outs as well, because it was that metal on metal noise the point was making, where sometimes they can just fall out where they've not been thrown properly. But this was metal on metal.
Yeah, and he's not looking settled in the early part of this game. Not just regarding where the darts are landing. That's never really a full indication of how the player's feeling. It's more to do with what's happening on the right-hand side of the screen, becoming a bit more reactive, a little bit more animated, and already the head's starting to droop.
Yeah, I completely agree. Doesn't look as cool, calm and collected as he did earlier on in the day.
Maybe just a little bit of panic here as well for Tom after losing that last game. Now playing the man top of the table and the favourite.
94.
This could be a reaction to the scoreboard situation, the league table.
54. Colin Require 154.
So Osborne for first blood and a hold of throw. Treble 18. Can't find it, so just needs to tidy up.
80.
Cromwell not on a finish though.
$67. Colin requires 74.
Disaster for Cromwell.
Game
Clinical
first leg.
from Osborne.
Colin Osborne.
The Wizard leads 1-0. And right now, things aren't going Cromwell's way. From bounce outs to leaving bogey numbers, Matt. The head isn't clear at the moment.
No, not at all. There's a bit of panic, isn't there, at the moment for Cromwell?
97.
It's a very easy place to panic here on the stage at the Super Series. It's a very solo sport, is darts. And certainly more so here at the Super Series. They have no contact with the outside world. When you get here, you surrender all devices and contact to the player's marshal. And you're just in that back room on your own.
81.
You don't want to lean on no support. Going to be very headstrong to be successful at the Super Series.
$100.
It's an interesting one. Obviously, I know it's different here, but in the pro game, that you guys aren't allowed to talk to anyone
90.
during a match. Anyway, do you know what the reasoning is for that? Because in most sports, that you're allowed a timeout, or you're allowed a conversation with your coach or manager or whatever. I'm not saying every break, but at least once I think that should be allowed.
83.
Yeah, you're not really allowed anyone in the backstage area, are you? Certainly in that, and I think that would be the main thing that holds that back. But maybe as darts evolves, that's something that may change over time.
Yeah, because dart players have genuine coaches, and if your coach is watching and sees you doing something wrong and can't tell you.
$84. Colin require 142.
Cromwell regrouping well.
He's recovered the situation well here.
But the reservation, the danger here is he is living on the edge. Should he go over and miss a shot like this, it may install so much negativity.
Game shot on the second leg. Tom Cromwell.
That is a good delivery there for Tom Cromwell. And there are these moments where you feel like they're on the edge. And a miss like that could have just pushed them over, but good hit. Keeps himself in the game.
100.
The phantom throw, something we're starting to see really come into darts. And we've seen it with Darryl Pilgrim, Cam Crabtree. Gives us the full setup. He literally uses one of the smoke machines as an hockey and has a full stance and throw.
Yeah, we see players from the Asian Tour do it quite a lot as well. What are the benefits of it?
I think it's just to keep moving more than anything. It's also a good psychological advantage as well, because you're just kind of you're tasking the brain. You're giving it something to do. But we see a lot of things on the Asian Tour at the moment, which I think may be adopted with the recent success of the players from the Asian Tour. I mean, a lot of them use those compression sleeves now as well, don't they?
Yeah, we see Richie Edhouse using it in the pro game at the moment quite a lot. Makuru as well in the women's game.
$140. Tell me about 170.
It's a big visit that from Osborne, unless Cromwell can't go fishing. So Osborne 64 to lead 2-1. 8s and 16s will be the target area. 16 for tops. Tops for 2-1. Osborne leads again. His finishing on throw has been clinical. He is now 2 from 2 on the outer ring. Sublime finishing from the Wizard. Cromwell has it all to do.
Starting to show his class, isn't he, Colin Osborne? Starting to do what he wanted to do when he arrived here on Monday morning. He does have one more game to go after this one. That one against Stephen Jameson, who has just picked up his first victory of the day.
100.
That won a 4-2 victory over Carl Coleman in the last.
$180.
Maximum for Osborne. Sets the lights off here at the Super Series.
81.
And he's all of a sudden he's threatening a break or throw. It's effectively stolen the darts here.
Phil, did he set off all of the lights?
58.
Oh. $76.
Should have said it twice, shouldn't I?
What tune?
$45.
Needs to find at least a red, you feel. Gets it.
100.
Goes one better.
106.
Now lays it down to Colin Osborne.
Another. Tops.
120.
Would have been stunning.
Tommy requires 60. Game shot on the 4 flag. Tom Cromwell.
Tom Cromwell was done extremely well there because he was under the cosh in that leg. Osborne had his throw under all kinds of pressure, but he holds, and that is the important thing.
60.
Especially after the maximum from Osborne there. He laid down the question, didn't he? And Cromwell had the answers, and now starting to look like he's getting back into the flow.
Yeah, he looks to have settled now, where in the early part of this exchange didn't look like it at all, where now he looks back to the cool, calm and composed character we saw in his first couple of games.
56. $100.
Solid from Osborne, though.
80.
They were snatched out with some venom.
Starting to live every dart, isn't he now? Tom Cromwell, live every dart, live every moment.
140.
Again, that was
38.
metal on metal, that noise.
Calling the require 101.
Yeah, he's sort of hitting the darts and they're just violently kicking out, aren't they? Point left, light, right.
Tops to lead again.
81.
That's a long way short, but we'll be back.
.42. Calling the require 20.
Osborne still has time on his side,
Game shot on the
but doesn't
fifth
need
leg.
it.
Colin Osborne.
Colin Osborne is a leg away from going 4 from 4 here this afternoon.
Sixth leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
I know there's still a lot of darts to be thrown, but if he goes 5 from 5, is that one place done?
56.
I think they felt it was one place done before a dart was even thrown, didn't they, the odds compilers? But in regards to having 4 wins, when you look at the group, I think the group's going to beat each other. I don't think there's a dominant force going to appear from the pack. So with that in mind,
58.
You'd have to say, yeah. However, we know, and we've seen people fall off very, very quickly in Group C campaigns before.
60.
We certainly have. Cromwell will be thinking, just hold here.
75.
And then, can I nick the decider? It's a wild second dart from Osborne.
135.
Recovers the situation, and he is threatening the break.
96.
Just completely unsettled Tom Cromwell.
96.
Needs to regather the composure. The game not over yet.
55.
But it could be soon.
Calling it require
Osborne looking for the hinks. 127 in game. Magical from the wizard.
Colin Osborne
produces the 127 in game, and I think he thought about not going for it when he looked up to look at the scoreboard as well, but realised he had to. Colin Osborne is 4 from 4, and he's already taken a giant leap towards joining Connor Scott in finals night. It's its second 90-plus average for the wizard. Super stuff from him, and join us after the break.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Line.
They've both got the talent where they can reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg.
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith, is it a 9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just like
Darius
that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see.
So that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Well, the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
On the first leg, Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
On the second leg,
consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Well, welcome back everyone to the Modus Super Series in this Group C campaign on a Thursday afternoon. Our eyes turn to Stephen Jameson against Ricardo Ham. Ham looking for his first victory of the session. Jameson looking for back-to-back victories that would put him into some kind of contention the way the table's looking.
Game on.
A good win last time out, wasn't it, for Stephen Jameson? Really dug deep, couple of good finishes there against Carl Coleman.
41.
A game that he's had more success in than failures the last couple of days. He managed to beat Ricardo Ham when the pair met on Monday. Backed up that victory on Tuesday.
140.
Before Ricardo Ham had a much improved day yesterday. Before going back to what we've seen the past couple of days. Jameson maybe sensing
32.
the chance, sensing the opportunity where victory would move him on to 4 points and have him joint second in the table, which would be joint qualifying
58.
position.
Yeah, behind Osborne at the top, there potential of a real logjam going on.
Yeah, things can get
43.
very condensed at the top end of the table. Ricardo Ham has thrown 9 darts here.
98.
He's barely out of the 400s. How ironic would this be, a maximum visit with the next?
171. Stephen Nick 164.
It's my job to sit here and try and explain this game, but sometimes it baffles me.
Sometimes there is just no logic, Matthew.
Well, he is opting to stay down now on the 19s after finding a bit of success down there. Tactic we've seen a few times. People opt to change the scoring treble.
49. Ricardo 156.
For looking for the Barney.
56. Stephen require 52.
52 for Jameson to lead 1-0. To it, Tops. Tops has been his friend so far today, and it continues to be. Jameson leads 1-0.
Second leg, it's Ricardo to throw first.
As he walked back as well, I think Ham might have been a bit peckish there, trying to eat his own dart. Do you remember the old trait when players used to get Phil at it when he was chewing the flight? You knew you were there or thereabouts with him.
Yeah, little tells that players have.
60. $25.
Seen a few darts on the floor today, haven't we?
Yeah.
Certainly
100.
for those players sat towards the bottom end of the table. But there may be something in that as well.
133.
It's a good response from Ham, though. Jameson would love another treble here.
140.
And finds it.
A bit of a snarl coming in here for Stephen Jameson. A bit of a gritting of the teeth.
100.
I I think he'll know that this is a huge opportunity for him.
He watches this regular, does Stephen Jameson. He knows the permutations. He knows
43.
the opportunities that are presenting themselves. This is a situation down the local that's known as pint for the chalker. And both players are level on the same score.
But Ham is going to get the opportunity for one apiece.
98.
Looking at double 12.
24. Game shot on the second.
That's better from Ricardo.
Ricardo Ham.
1-1 in this contest.
Third leg gets Stevens
Also says to me that
Game
they're all in that back practice room looking at the table. They all know the permutations. Some players we know are oblivious to it, but that says to me that this group are looking on.
Well, they all have access to not only the live stream that is going out and getting the live pictures as you are at home, but they also have access to a live league table as well, which will tell them everything leg by leg in regards to it. Some people actively avoid it. They don't want to see it. They don't want to know.
100.
Where others want to know shot by shot, leg by leg.
119.
Jameson just looking to set this 165 up. And he's going to do that.
89.
How much pressure can Ham apply to this 76?
140. Stephen records 76.
So Jameson to lead again. It's going to be 2 at double 14. Can he bounce off of it?
48.
No, he can't. Is this the opportunity for Ham to step in? It's unorthodox.
31.
Missed the big number, but got away with it, but couldn't find the target. Jameson returns.
Game shot on the third leg.
Says thank you very much.
Jameson.
There was an opportunity there for Ricardo Ham to get the break. Wasn't up to the task.
Fourth leg, it's Ricardo to throw first. Game on.
Ricardo Ham has already lost 3 games today. If he is to lose this game against Jameson, you've got to say that is job done. I think he'll be out. The only benefit he's got is the fact Colin Osborne's running away with things at the very top. He'll hope that that continues to give him a mathematical possibility.
Yeah, like you said, Matt, at that point he's hoping that Osborne goes 10 from 10 and keeps those hopes alive.
$41. 58. 44.
Can't find a big treble there. So that's back-to-back visits without one for Jameson. He's letting Ham boss this leg on throw here.
Kind of been a bit of a theme of the day with a lot of these games, hasn't it? The player with the throw just running away with things.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
A good, confident, clean leg there for Ricardo Ham.
Fifth leg, it's Stevens to throw
13 finish, his first big finish of the Group C campaign. He managed 2
100
in his Group A, a 134 and a 130. 10 maximums.
99.
We'd love a couple of those right now.
$83. 140. $100. 29. $44.
Is that a slip? Does that let Ricardo Ham in?
94.
The big last start there for Ricardo Ham gets him down to a finish, but with lots of work to do.
50. Ricardo, you require 139.
Real opportunity, a real chance. It could go.
99.
He fancied it, didn't he?
124.
His combination finishing's been good.
$99.
124 doesn't go.
40.
So this is a huge chance for Ricardo Ham.
Oh, massive. Big, big dart.
35. Stephen, you require 25. Game show on the 5th leg.
And for the second time in this game, Stephen Jameson's throw survives a scare. Ricardo Ham is on the brink of defeat and the brink
to throw first.
of
Game.
all but mathematically being eliminated here.
Yeah, and
68.
he'll be frustrated with that because he was the better player in that leg, but couldn't take the opportunity when it was there.
$39. $41. $98. $45.
Just looks as if that last leg may have taken everything out of Ham here. Doesn't look the same player. The head shaking's there.
78.
Looks defeated right now, Matt.
I've had that sort of vibe a little bit from him throughout the day. He's certainly not played it with the confidence he did yesterday, but remember at the start of the day, Phil, I did allude to and say that how much of that came to the fact that essentially yesterday there wasn't anything to play for. He couldn't have qualified. And maybe today with that pressure turning back on again
75.
and the table resetting, starting from zero, having the opportunity, that we may just see this sort of wavering
50.
performance kick in again. Jameson now 6 darts guaranteed from 211 to get the job done for the 3rd time this week
133.
against Ricardo Ham.
100.
78 for Jameson to win it.
78.
Tops. That was a little bit too close for comfort.
38. Ricardo, you require
Skin-saving
112.
opportunity for Ham. That is a little bit awkward.
56.
Over to you, Stephen Jameson,
40.
to beat Ricardo Ham for the 3rd time this week.
Steps up. Oh, that's wild. Rescues the situation, and you can see he knows what a big dart that was. He knows that result keeps him in contention here in Group C. Dart 1 was wild, but recovered really well. 4-2 victory for Jameson, moves him on to 4 points and part of that logjam at the top of the table. But coming up after the break, Stuart Kellet gets the opportunity to cut the gap.
thinking, hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's 100 quid down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scaife. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final.
And
through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through.
And he is absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that pie face dominated throughout.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Modus Super Series as the Group C table is starting to take shape. Colin Osborne leads the way, but Stuart Kellet can make inroads into that lead if he can get the better of Coleman. But on what we've seen so far today, Matt, Kellet would be the favourite for this one, and he's got better as the day's gone on.
He really has. Stuart Kellet warming to the task. He lost his opening game before back-to-back victories, but as you mentioned, the levels and the standard increasing on all occasions. Knocking on the door of a 90 average
to throw first.
in his last game.
Game on.
For Coleman, I feel like the adrenaline would have completely worn off now that he played his opening game with. He lost his last two games by 4 legs to 1 and 4 legs to 2. It's got to be said, there was a few nervy moments in there as well for Coleman.
45.
You feel, though, if Kellet is to really take a grip hold of this game, he's going to have to do it early. Don't let Coleman settle. Don't let him feel there's an opportunity here.
60.
You can see the reaction in the face there for Stuart Kellet after just 6 darts. I think he's thinking the same. Get stuck into him early.
40.
Yeah, don't let him grow in confidence. Someone that's lost the last couple will not want to give him a lifeline.
60.
Need to see a treble in this game.
There you go.
28. $100.
Well, the 21st dart thrown in the game. We get our first treble. Goes the way of Kellet. And the way that the leg's gone, that's enough to open up a sizable gap here.
43.
Yeah, just look at this. And I think both players know that this is a huge game in the context of the rest of the group.
78.
Yeah, exactly. Coleman maybe starting to run out of opportunities if he loses this game. I always say you get those 3 lives. This is his 3rd opportunity, his 3rd life.
87.
Should he lose
Should
this
it require
game,
146?
it would have to be pretty much perfect from here in regards to the win column. But Kellet allowed to just sort of get to the finishing line here at a bit of a canter.
100.
He's coasting on the throw at the moment, isn't he?
18 darts thrown. Is not yet down to a double, but looks safe.
$45. Should it require 46?
6 darts here. 46.
Game shot on the
Only
first.
needs the 2.
Stuart Kellet.
That'll be a good statement of intent. Good bit of confidence there at the back end of the leg for Stuart Kellet.
Second leg, it's Cole to throw first.
He'll be quite encouraged on what he's seen so far from Coleman.
Yeah, there's not a lot coming back at Kellet at the moment.
30.
Yeah, really struggling at the moment here, Coleman. Sometimes that can become quite tricky to play as well when you're in a position like Kellet is currently on the live in-play table, sat 2nd in the league, because you can feel that you've got to take it. You've got to take the opportunities. You feel like the darts are going to come back against you at some point, so you have to cash in at the early opportunities. That first dart just pitching under the wire again here on the treble 20. Probably 2 players that know each other quite well. Both been in and around the county scene.
41.
Stuart Kellet playing a lot of games for Cheshire, where Carl Coleman represented Cleveland. Sure, their paths have crossed on many occasions.
I remember Cheshire used to have an unbelievable county side.
Well, you used to have Tony O'Shea, didn't they? Luke Littler's played there for many years, despite only being 16.
We used to go around Yorkshire and Cheshire. Players used to move between the 2 as well and things like that, but it was 2 very good sides.
Well, for the first time Kellet gets that first dart right, he's been pitching it just underneath the treble. No surprise there to see him get his first 2 treble combination. Maybe things just starting to warm up here in this game. Coleman, the danger is he doesn't want it to come too late. Because Kellet essentially broke the throw here in the scoring phase. Again, gets that dart above the treble.
60. Carly require 160.
Can Coleman rescue what's been a bit of a disaster at the start of this game? The answer is he can't.
100.
That's a big dart though, that. Leaves him on a gettable 2 darter, where he only needs the single. Treble required for Kellet. Doesn't find.
64. Carly requires 60.
But can Coleman be better on the doubles than he's been on the trebles? He's moved right across the hockey there. Doesn't like the way the dart is sat. Double 15. To save the leg.
30. Stuart required 36.
Come back to a point there in a minute, Matt, but let's see if Kellet can double his advantage. He can. 2-0.
Stuart Kellet.
The dart Coleman threw for the single 20 felt like a lob.
The leg against Stuart to throw first.
It was very close to the treble, probably too close for his liking. It didn't feel like he completed the motion.
Well, I'm going to say that I feel at the moment that Carl Coleman is throwing darts with maybe desperation a little bit here. It feels a little bit hopeful. A lot of the darts going very high.
45.
Just not at the races here. Stuart Kellet really cashing in.
$78.
Time is ticking here, though, for Coleman. He's got to find something and quick, and the first task is to get the dart straight, because He's straying a lot here into the 5s. Kellet not doing anything amazing here, but he's got so much breathing room all the time. This is probably the dream fixture right now for Stuart.
That's a much better visit from Coleman, though, in terms of the way the darts entered the board above the treble, the first one, and they could use it as a marker.
100.
Starting to get that grouping back here, Coleman, but we did mention earlier on, he's got to do it in time. It may be too late. We have seen games turn around. But this is on for Kellet for a 3-0 lead.
108.
This is where it could get a little bit tricky. Carl just needs to put something in and hope. Kellet will have to burn at least a dart.
96.
But only bare minimum pressure applied as Kellet looks to go within 1. It is 3-0 to Kellet.
Stuart Kellet.
A fist pump from Kellet. He knows how big this is.
Cole to throw first. Game on.
With Osborne running away with it at the top. Kellet just looking to edge his way closer to that second place.
We know Carl Coleman is a very popular
58.
figure. Plays a lot of darts. An awful lot of darts in his home area. And they'll all be watching this, wondering, where's the Carl Coleman we see on a weekly basis?
85.
Hoping that he settles here in this game, because they'll know what he's capable of, which is a lot more than what he's showing here. He reached the semi-final of the Isle of Man, a silver-ranked event on the WF circuit, and I can tell you for a fact that is very, very difficult to reach those sort of stakes.
It was also a silver event that all the big names went to as well. That, and I don't mean that disrespectfully, but the big names don't always travel to these events, but the Isle of Man is one they all do.
Absolutely. So to see Carl Coleman in the semi-final just shows the quality that he's got. He's just not showing it here. It's not on display against Kellet, and Kellet is saying thank you very much. If he is to get over the line here in this leg, a 4-0 success could put him in a very strong position.
All right, now he's just cantering towards the finish line.
Kellet's last game of the day as well, coming up against Ricardo Ham. That is our final fixture of the day. So we could end up with Kellet and Osborne in the 2 qualifying positions come the end of the day. But
99.
get the job done here first.
Do you think if you'd have offered Kellet 4 wins today, he'd have taken it?
He wouldn't have turned up.
134.
You said you have 4 wins today, he'd say thank you very much, I'll stay in bed.
Gives
himself handy on a 2-darter. Coleman cannot finish, so Kellet will get a chance to win this game by 4 legs to 0.
94.
And Coleman would have a lot to ponder.
97 to seal victory. It's 2 at tops for a whitewash. Bagel served from Kellet. We saw the celebrations from KO. He knows what a big result that is in terms of Group C campaign, but a 4-0 drubbing of Carl Coleman leads him on to 6 points. But coming up after the break, Colin Osborne gets the opportunity to go through the card.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
And the match,
Steve
West
has won the match with a 9-dart.
But Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it. Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared.
Yes, you beauty! Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters!
Welcome back, everyone, to the Modus Super Series as we are about to start our final round of fixtures. 4 are in the ledger. And there we have it. Stuart Kellet, a 4-0 winner over Carl Coleman, but 3 to go. And all eyes will be on Colin Osborne as he attempts to go through the card and take a giant step towards finals night. He is on 8 points so far in the table. Kellet is applying pressure, but a win here for Osborne would pretty much seal his place already the way he has played so far. So can he get the job done in this fixture as he takes on Stephen Jameson?
It's a fixture he's had more success of throughout the week and a bit more here. And he will be perfect. He'll be Mr. Perfect. He'll be pretty much through the Saturday night to join Connor Scott, the one man we know who is guaranteed. We'll have 3 more places available tonight from 10 o'clock in Group B action. But Stephen Jameson here has got his own story. He's got his own opportunity. If he is able to beat Colin Osborne here, he will go joint second with Stuart Kellet in second position. The danger here, though, for Jameson is just how the fixtures are broken down, because he's playing Colin Osborne today in the very last game.
Game on.
But tomorrow for Stephen, this will be his first. So you feel he's got to try and beat Colin Osborne in at least one of the 2 fixtures he plays against him.
140.
Because otherwise, everyone is going to get a chance to add points before Jameson gets to play the rest of the chasing pack.
36.
Yeah, for those that are unsure, the fixtures flip reverse tomorrow.
180.
Well, this is what you need to do, isn't it? 5 trebles in the opening 6 from Jameson, hitting the ground running.
60.
Serving it up to the man at the top of the table.
He's come out turbocharged.
105.
Leaves 76 after 9. And Osborne's not even halfway.
140. Stephen requires 76.
Loves tops.
36.
I'll be happy to be returning for a handful of darts at it. Osborne just trying to leave something.
95.
Leaves the biggest finish of them
require
all.
40. Game shot on the first leg.
But to no
Stephen
avail.
Jameson.
14 darter there for Stephen Jameson. That's what he'd have been dreaming about. That's
Second
what
leg,
he'd
it's
have been
Collins to throw
visualising
first.
back in the practice room. Just wanted to go on the stage and lay down the marker to the man at the top, setting the bar.
Yeah, this result could just throw Group C wide open once again. For large majorities of the day, Osborne has been setting the pace.
100.
But a defeat here could make life interesting heading into tomorrow.
Jameson just in a lovely flow at the moment.
30.
It may just rattle Colin Osborne a little bit, who's had everything his own way so far today. But now getting hit back and hit back hard.
140.
This is the best start to a game we have seen from Stephen Jameson all week.
Yeah, currently averaging over 111.
50.
I know it's only in leg 2, but this has been superb from him.
140.
Crazy what a bit of confidence can do, can't it? Won his last couple of games and now he's on the flow. Now he's up and running.
95. Stephen require 121.
1-2-1 for a break. Is there a magnet in
81.
that treble 20? He can't miss.
Oh, it's just such a freedom about him at the moment. Again, leaves tops after 12.
140. Stephen require 40. 30.
For how good he's
require
been,
90.
if this goes 1-1, how much would this hurt?
Oh, it would. This would hurt. He'll feel he should be 2-0 up with the darts for 3-0. But Osborne's got 2 darts at double 15. Just come inside. Jameson will return.
He was over aggressive
82.
on
Stephen
dart 2.
require 10.
Jameson now looking to double his advantage.
No score.
Well, that's 6 darts now for
Colin, you
Jameson to get the
require
break.
8.
He's had his opportunity. The head bowed. The opportunity may be passing him by.
Game shot on the second leg.
And Colin Osborne,
Colin Osborne.
despite being second best in every single department here, is level. And that's the danger. You've
Third leg,
got
it's
to put
Stevens
a
to
player
throw
like
first.
Colin Osborne
Game.
away when you've got him down. And how much will that now affect this, what has been brilliant scoring phase of Stephen Jameson?
140.
He certainly has reinstalled Osborne once again as the odds-on favourite.
Yeah, Jameson's scoring has been absolutely incredible
140.
over the last leg and a bit. But now Osborne has something to build on potentially.
125.
I mean, Osborne, coming from the same area as Jameson, will know what he's capable of, and this won't be coming as much of a surprise for him as it may be to some of our viewers who have not seen these levels yet from Stephen Jameson, but he is a qualifier here, so you know he's got this in the locker.
180.
And this is one of the best scoring displays, not just from Jameson that I've seen all week, but from any player that we have seen so far.
Well, he's averaging 105 and only 1 from 9.
Stephen required 56.
There was a deep breath there, wasn't there, from Jameson. And double 5 is not an ideal place to be. There is a lot of anticipation around that target, especially if Osborne can get down to striking range.
92. Stephen require 10.
Has to be aggressive on dart 1, Matt.
Yeah, agree. And he's had 3 at this target already.
Game shot on the
That
third
was a
leg.
good dart there from
Stephen
Jameson.
Jameson.
Didn't want the drama, didn't want the fuss, don't want that extended.
Fourth leg, it's Collins to throw
That's
first.
what he didn't do last time on double 5. He played it safe and paid the price. This time he was aggressive.
It's easy to get fearful on a target like double 5 where the split's not very good.
95.
Makes me laugh when people say you can't attack and defend on a dartboard. You absolutely can, and those 2 visits on double 5 are what we were talking about. The first time round he was safe, he was defensive. The second time he attacked it.
This is one of the most incredibly ridiculous scoring phases I've seen of any player. This is elite. 2 trebles a throw from Jameson.
58.
And Colin Osborne, you feel he'll be thinking just ride the wave. He's not going to keep doing it on the evidence of what we've seen so far. And you've just got to stick in there and
84.
Hope that the misses do start to come at a time when you can still affect the outcome of the game.
58.
And this is what we were talking about. Osborne, just stick in there and he will carve out opportunities. But needs to find a treble here.
96.
And does.
100.
I know Jameson is winning 2-1, but will he be thinking this should be 3-0?
Oh, absolutely. Those 6 starts to break. It's a big, big chance. Osborne just needs to leave this on.
58. Stephen, you require 150.
He's looking to leave it handy. Looking to ask the question here of Colin Osborne.
68.
He's got 2 darts. Jameson was nodding along in the background.
Colin Osborne.
He feels he's seen it all before. Colin Osborne's done it all before. And he's doing it again.
Stephen to throw first.
Nice clean finish there. But he's going to have to try and find a way to get an inroad on the Jameson throw, which at the moment has been defended beautifully.
41.
Until now.
He'll be thinking right now, that's the opportunity. That's the first time he slipped.
60.
Facials tell you everything you need to know there for Colin Osborne. He knows there was a chance to try and hammer home a bit of an advantage.
78.
But those big power scores starting to dry up for Stephen Jameson. Not able to keep up the pace.
$137.
Osborne is just starting to make a move here. Remember, he could have easily been 3-0 down in this one. It was a barrage from Jameson early on.
29.
And it's not because Colin Osborne stepped it up and started playing brilliantly. It's because Jameson missed and led him in. And like we always say, when you're playing a player like Colin Osborne, when you've got them down, you've got to finish them.
123.
Well, there's about 20 points disappeared off the Jameson average.
And I think the concerning thing is it's
58.
continuing to drop, while Osborne's is starting to rise. 2 things had to happen. Osborne had to get better, and Jameson had to go backwards. And we are now in the middle part of that happening.
86.
And Osborne has stolen the darts here.
And then some. 200 points clear.
45. Colin, you require
This
95.
could be a critical blow.
Just give him the equipment a little tweak. He knows he's been up against it here, but showing his experience. Compose yourself.
Sensible play there from Colin Osborne. Looked over to the scoreboard, see Jameson back on 250. Didn't need to try and force it past the target and sets himself up on a more preferred double. Jameson
32.
has got himself an outside chance should Osborne not be able to
Game
take it.
shot on the fifth
No
leg.
problems for Colin Osborne.
Colin Osborne.
He has been Mr. Perfect. He has been undefeated today. and he's a leg away
Sick leg
from the
against Coleman to
perfect
throw
Thursday.
Game on.
Yeah, and a penny for Jameson's thoughts right now. Because for 3 legs, he was sensational.
100.
Well, in the opening couple of legs, the odds compilers ran for cover.
92.
Jameson actually went favourite in running. Now, Osborne around the 1 to 16 mark. They think he's weathered the storm.
135.
He's had to dig really deep here.
$45.
It's the first time we've seen real complacency there from Jameson. He knows he was the better player in this game, and he's let Osborne back in.
59.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed. He'll be heartbroken because that could be such an important game for Stephen Jameson's opportunity of getting through to Saturday night. Because he will have to play Osborne again first game tomorrow. And by then, a player like Stuart Kellet, who's playing Ricardo Ham last, he would have had 2 games against Ricardo Ham. Jameson, he could be 6 away.
I don't think Colin's like this, but I'd certainly be in the practice room tomorrow morning if I win this game going, well, you should have won yesterday.
80.
And just remind him of that situation.
17.
All right, Peter Manley.
I'm all up for the dark arts.
Well, this one might be about to be over. Jameson will feel that was an opportunity. He was scoring so well in the early part of that game. Should have been 3-0 up. Instead, kept Colin Osborne alive. He's saying to him, I can't believe what you was doing there. You was blowing me away, and he was. But he kept him alive, and Osborne pulls it back. A 4-2 success for Colin Osborne, and that's all he's known today. He's played 5, he's won 5, he's been Mr. Perfect, he's been good, and he's looking very good for a place on Saturday night. I wonder what Colin Osborne feels about that. Let's find out after the break.
Welcome back, everyone, and here we are. We are joined by a man at the moment, Colin Osborne. Colin, congratulations. It is 5 from 5 for you today. What are the emotions like right now?
Obviously very pleased, Phil. You know, it's I've been here since Monday, and I've been here so many times. And it's like I always say, I come down for five days. If you get through Wednesday, it's a bonus. I prepare myself for 5 days. Obviously, I missed out by a couple of legs yesterday to play tonight and tomorrow night. But I've come in today, you know, ready, and I've done a job today, yeah.
Well, it's interesting you talk on that. Obviously, you've won here before, so coming in, you want to win Group A. Group B is almost a minimum. So what's it like preparing to play in Group C, somewhere where you don't really want to play?
It's obviously we come down for the full week. You know, that's my intentions. It's a full week of playing darts, and I've always said if you get through Wednesday, because there's 6 in, there's only one can go through. So the 2nd and 3rd and 4, 5 and 6 they're still playing Thursday, Friday. So I mentally prepare myself for that. And if I get through Wednesday, it's a bonus. But again, I've come in, I prepare myself right, and obviously I've had a good day today.
That last game, Stephen threw everything at you, including the kitchen sink in those early stages. Are you just trying to hang in there and just wait for an opportunity at that point?
Oh, 100%. You know, like you say, Phil, I've played the game long enough, and I mean, and his scoring power was incredible. And I'm thinking, to be fair, them first two and a half legs, I was like, I didn't know it hit me, to be fair. I mean, he played brilliant. I only missed a few on the doubles. But I also know, can he keep that up? You know, and luckily for me, he didn't. But I was there to take my chances.
The perfect day, 1 foot in finals night. How do you approach tomorrow?
Phil, I've been here this many times, you know, and I think I've gone through every scenario. You know, I'll come tomorrow and the job, like I suppose you could say the job's half done, but for me it's I'll come back in tomorrow, get myself ready, and hopefully, you know, get in and do what I do and get enough points to get over the line.
We know you've won a week here before. What would it mean to you to win another one?
It's massive, you know what I mean? We come down here, you know, the prestige of it, you know, and then obviously if I do win tomorrow, get through to Saturday and win a week, and then obviously Champions Week, you know, this is what we play for. I mean, the venue, like you say, the staff right across the board are brilliant, you know, and we love playing darts here.
You've been here from the very, very start. Have you noticed the standard improve week on week every time you come back?
Oh, it's crazy. And like yourselves, you know, with the staff and everything, and obviously on the social media, you see every week, this is the toughest group. Next week's the toughest group. And it's constantly, but the standard's incredible. And I say a lot of the guys who've made debut this week, it gives them the opportunity, and it's dangling the carrot, you know, because this is where we want to play. You know, if we haven't got the lads who haven't got a card, this is the next best thing by a country mile.
That first game tomorrow, obviously the fixtures reverse. Do you think that will play on Stephen's mind at all, knowing how well he's played but didn't get the job done?
I hope so. From my point of view, I hope so. But like you say, even if I'd have got beat 4-0 by Steve, I'd have still come in tomorrow and totally prepared myself to hit the ground running, you know. So you never know, with a bit of luck, hopefully he loses some sleep tonight over that. But no, it is what it is. You know, I'm in there with a great bunch of lads, you know, and we all want to win.
Well, Colt, congratulations. We'll let you get back down there. Everyone, as we continue the action, as Matthew Edgar picks up, as Thomas Cromwell takes on Carl Coleman.
Thank you, Phil. Yes, interesting game about to happen there on the Modus Super Series stage. 2 players who kicked off campaigns here today very, very well. 2 players here on debut, but they've got an opportunity to lead with a couple of points here. Cromwell started with a couple of victories, but then just tailed off a little bit in the last couple of games. He was playing quite a bit with the head down. Bit of disappointment lagging over, but that seems to be out of his game at the moment. They're having a chat with our referee, Owen Binks, just relaxing and familiarising himself once again with the stage. For Carl Coleman, it really did nosedive off for him in the last performance. It was an average, nothing like what we've seen in his previous games, and he just didn't get the weight of the dart right in the hand. He'll be hoping that was just a one-off, a little blip in what could be a crucial game in regards to the hopes and the chances of both Cromwell and Coleman.
Really good insight there from Colin Osborne, that he still maintains it's only half done. Still work to do, he says.
43.
He knows the situation. He's seen, he's watched it. He's been here so many times before. He knows and he's seen people in the same sort of
42.
position let that opportunity slip and pass it by. He'll be wanting to do the same again, go through the card, finish top of the table, make that statement of intent.
140.
But Coleman, easily and clearly able to see, playing
41.
a million times better than that what we saw in the last.
$95. 44. Goal you record 138.
There's that frustration we alluded to that was creeping into the game of Tom Cromwell.
It was interesting that when I was chatting to Colin, as we were waiting to come back on air, he said the same. He could sense the frustration behind him in Tom's game.
42. Goal you require 38.
He's got a right to be frustrated here. He's been left in the dust. 15 darts throw, no treble.
6.
And no trouble for Coleman. We'll be back.
105. Goal you require 32. Game shot in the first leg. Coleman.
Coleman takes the opener. It's an interesting,
Second leg,
intriguing
it's Tom
tie,
to
this
throw
one.
first.
If Carl goes on to win this one, is he still in the
46.
hunt?
Yeah, just about. But he'd probably want a favour from Ricardo Ham to really keep his hopes sort of in his own
45.
hands. But Cromwell just not finding anything at the moment in regards to the big treble hitting.
45.
So I mean that if Stuart Kellet was to go on and win, then a 4-point gap realistically, he'd have to probably beat the two above him or the top two in the table to have a realistic chance.
Yeah, I mean, Stuart Kellet will be wanting Coleman to win this game because it will stop Cromwell getting on to 6.
84.
If Coleman does win this game, Stuart Kellet up against Ricardo Ham in our last fixture of Thursday, that could be a game that sends us into tomorrow pretty much with
41.
two very strong favourites for qualification.
$97.
This is two players on debut. We expect to see a few nerves shown as we're getting into the back end of day
140. $100.
Interesting to see Cromwell stay there. Thought he may switch down to the 19s. The 130 significantly easier shot than the 129. Coleman sets it up beautifully.
129.
Treble 20 for ball. Can't find it.
27.
So Coleman looking at tops to
Coleman
double his
40.
advantage.
Game shot in the second leg. Coleman.
Carl Coleman leads 2-0. Pins tops. He'll be thinking to
The
himself,
leg, it's
where was
Cole to
this
throw
last time at?
first. Game.
I was thinking just the same. Difference of nearly 20 points in the average from that of the last game to what he's showing in here. And if that's any indication of how you start, it kind of carries
45.
on and lags a little bit. Doesn't read good reading here for Tom Cromwell, who's yet to really get going in this game.
140.
Like we said, for many of these players on debut, this is the biggest stage
100.
they've been asked to perform on. Can you still remember the first time you played in something big for the first time as a player coming through?
Yeah,
90.
UK Open 2011. It's exciting, it's edgy, but at the same aspect, you feel like there's so much to gain. Everything's about gaining.
43.
Everything's about what you can get from it. And the thing with this sort of environment is you always feel like it's still gettable. You can still get to that Saturday night. And Fair play to Tom Cromwell here, digging deep. Hit absolutely nothing in the opening couple of legs, but really challenging now on the Coleman throw.
77.
We'll get 6 darts here at the 137. Reminder that Cromwell was only a couple of legs away from being a tour card holder this year. We nearly didn't see him at the Super Series at all.
66. Tommy required.
He leaves
40.
the big finish. And you're going to go.
Carl, you require 170.
Nothing composed right now about this performance of Tom Cromwell.
125. Tommy requires.
There's pressure.
No score.
I think there's a lot of pressure on everything right now that Cromwell does, and it's all coming from himself. Coleman outplayed in the leg. Gets over the line, 3-0.
Coleman.
We feel was Cromwell's chance and opportunity. 6 darts at the doubles.
Full flag, it's Tom to throw.
Didn't take any of them.
Game.
And although we have seen games turn around from 3-0, Cromwell not producing the darts at the moment or giving us the indications that that is going to be the possibility here.
Done the old Gazzy price, drop the dart, pick it up, which means this will be a treble.
100.
Don't worry. $134.
Finding more success on the switch at the moment, Tom Cromwell.
$140. $59.
The end may be coming for Tom, who's had a very 50-50 day. A day of 2 halves.
60.
Started so well, but tailed off as the day has continued.
99.
Has he got one more roll of the dice, one more bit of fight, one more bit of grit?
Needs a moment of magic here, Matt.
170. 134.
Well, so's Coleman for a 4-0 success.
2 at tops, moves across.
40.
Not sure what that hit.
Tommy
It looked
required
more like
36.
it was close to the trebles, didn't it? No one likes 99.
Game
But
shot
right
the
now,
full
Tom
flag.
Cromwell
Tom
probably
Cromwell.
loves it. Gets a leg on the board. Keeps us going.
Fifth leg, it's Cole to throw first.
Coleman,
Game.
2 match darts for a 4-0 success. Come and gone. Will he get more?
We've had it asked in the chat room.
100.
Matt, have you got another date penciled in here yet?
We're trying to find a date.
58.
Absolutely. We did have one, but something else has unfortunately came in. So we are actively looking for a date, yes. It will hopefully be in
140.
Series 9.
Prime time returns.
140.
Yeah, they'll be looking to try and pick up some wins this time rather than just playing it and competing as such.
45.
You got the line ready? Just a commentator as well?
No, I want to go in it with the right attitude.
133.
And this is a good attitude here from Cromwell. He is really digging deep. Not much was going his way, but he's fighting hard.
96. Tommy record 170. 59. Cole, you require 120.
120 to win it. Awkward. It's not going to take it out, so Cromwell will get the opportunity to get within one.
He needs a combo, and he's not found one of these yet today. He's not going to get a dart.
55.
Coleman's had 2.
Cole, you require
He will
32.
get another 3 for the match.
And Coleman bounces back.
Coleman.
A 4-1 defeat of Tom Cromwell. Cromwell not at his best, but Coleman back to somewhere near it. He was disappointing last time out, but put it right this time around. 86.69 for him. Puts him into a semi-good position ahead of his play tomorrow. But coming up, our final game after the break, Ricardo Ham against Stuart Kellet. Welcome back, everyone, for our final fixture in this Group C afternoon session. And it sees Ricardo Ham taking on Stuart Kellet. Big opportunity for Kellet here. He could move 4 points clear in second place with a victory here. The chasing pack will be Ricardo Ham fans for the next 15 minutes or so. But Stuart Kellet's fate is firmly in his own hands right now.
First leg, it's Ricardo
Huge game to
throw
finish the
first.
session, Matt.
Game on.
Yeah, that was an absolute dream result, that, for Stuart Kellet, and this would be a big one for him if he's able to get the win here. Imagine if he's able to do the double. If he could beat Ham today
100.
and then tomorrow on the return fixture, he'd be 6 points clear before anybody even gets a chance to throw a dart. This is dreamland right now for Stuart Kellet.
96.
It's all in his own hands.
So what you're saying, he's looking for 2 slices of ham?
96.
If he does, I think Kellet is going to be in Saturday night.
59. 140.
But it is Ricardo Ham who has started the brighter here.
100. $48.
It's just a case of how Ham deals with negativity, because ultimately you're not going to throw a perfect game. You're going to have a few bad throws in there, and with the day in which he has had, it could easily start to unravel.
140. Ricardo 117. 97. Stuart require 106.
Missed opportunity. Can Kellet step in? 106. Treble 18. Would have left double 16.
78. Ricardo required 20.
Ask the question to Ricardo Ham. And he can't take it out, so Kellet will be back.
No score. Stuart required 20.
He's only had 5 successful hits at a double all day as Ricardo Ham, and the wait goes on.
Game shot on the first
Kellet.
leg. Stuart Kellet.
Gets the breaker throw. 16 dart leg. If he can stay around that pace, you feel he's going to get the victory in no time here. The way in which Ricardo Ham has sort of come in and out of performance.
41. 54. 80. 45.
Not happening for Ham here. Big score here from Kellet. Would apply more pressure. But
45.
treble-less for Kellet. Maybe some nerves for both of them. For different reasons as well, Matt.
I do feel Ham's chance has probably already gone here, but a win would
44.
give him some hope. It'd keep him mathematically in there. If you lose all 5 games on day 1, it's job done.
140.
Stuart Kellet, though, showing that ability. It's still there.
59. 40.
It just feels like maybe Kellett's trying to be a little bit too deliberate here at the moment, instead of just playing with a little bit of freedom.
Well, we saw him early on, didn't we?
117.
Play with that little bit of freedom. The approach to play to the hockey was the same. He addressed the hockey well, but was throwing the darts a little bit quicker and did have some success. Just trusting that flow and that freedom.
97. 100.
Doubles have been good for Stuart Kellet. They've been very good, in fact. He's only going to get 1 dart.
28.
Crept the wrong side of the wire.
82.
It's just an opportunity for Ham, because it's going to be 2 at double 16. That one's wild. That's a flyer.
66. Stuart require 30.
Going into this game, Stuart Kellet 14 from 26 on the doubles so far today. But this one may be one of the most important ones of the day.
22.
They let him down when he needs them the most. 24 darts here for Stuart Kellet to hold on to his throat. He's not been able to. But it's all effort for Ricardo Ham on the doubles.
No score.
His woes continue.
Stuart require 8.
It's another opportunity for Kellet. One he probably wasn't expecting. But for 2-0.
Game shot on the second leg. Stuart Kellet.
Kellet finds double 4, doubles his advantage, 2-0.
Third leg, it's Ricardo to throw first.
And right now, he is in pole position to join
123.
Colin Osborne in this Group C table. Osborne leads the way on 10 points. Kellet, this will put him on 8.
87.
Well, if you need to know where the problem lies for Ricardo Ham and you're wondering why he's bottom of the table on live in play minus 13, 0 points.
30.
You don't have to dig too far. Just look at the finishing stats for the day. He has hit 5 successful double attempts from his 36 chances.
100.
So it's not as if he hasn't had opportunities.
Yeah, he's been getting down. I mean, he could have been 2-0 up in this game with the opportunities he's had. It's just not cashing them in, not taking the chances.
$83.
Stuart Kellet, just again, able to land blows with just these one treble
60.
visits.
Again, he has 6 darts for 2-3-1 on the Ham throw.
60.
But can't take advantage.
60.
131. On that occasion, but the one thing we know about this game is opportunities just keep presenting themselves. Hold on a minute.
Game
well,
on the third leg.
He's 5
Ricardo
from 36 on the outer ring and then takes out a 1-8 finish. Phil, can you help me out?
Game.
I'm just going to say answers on a postcard, Matt, because that just sums this sport up. That it didn't look like buying a double and then finds a 3-figure combination.
97.
Sometimes combinations do become a little bit easier than when you've got 3 darts in hand, especially when you're on a missing run. But I'm just going to cast my mind back to a game earlier on in the week. Ricardo Ham was 3-0 down, and one spark like that, he ended up going on a run, winning it by 4 legs to 3, averaging 94 near enough, and being his best
96.
match of the week. Just got into a real good flow.
45. 100.
Fabulous last start from Kellet, keeping Ham at arm's distance.
140.
Kellett's first start's been a lot better the last couple of legs.
100.
Well, this has been a much more improved performance as well from Stuart Kellet from what we saw last time he was here as well. He's really stepped it up from campaign 1 to 2. And you got to say, he does look pretty decent in regards to his chances for Saturday night. Double 16. 3-1 lead.
76. Ricardo require 100.
Like the way that one came out the hand.
He couldn't, could he?
No.
Getting carried away with ourselves there.
Stuart, you require 32. Game shot on the fourth leg. Stuart Kellet.
A leg away from the near perfect day, only losing the one game, that to Colin Osborne, like everybody has, and that was Stuart Kellet's first game of the campaign. So this is for 4 wins in a row here, for 8 points
100
to be 4 points clear. He needs just 1 leg out of the remaining 3.
What a position to go back to your hotel and go to bed with, Matt, knowing that you're in a fabulous position to make Saturday night.
140.
Especially for Kellet, who doesn't really have many big goals or aspirations, just enjoys the game, loves the game, wants to play it. Just wants
136.
any opportunity that it may present itself, but without actively chasing those goals and aspirations like he once would have when he was a tour card holder and getting into those major events. But Ham's not laying down here.
$57. Ricardo, you record 121.
Can't leave a finish, so Ricardo Ham has a little bit of time on his side on the 1-2-1.
89.
Made a bit of a mess of this, setting this up the last couple of visits.
He has, but the next leg is the crucial one for Kellet. He'll be able to write this one off. That should Ricardo Ham get over the line.
24.
We know that's been the problem, especially when he's got 3 in a hand.
The fish isn't going to go, so Ricardo Ham will return, but now he's under some pressure.
8.
Chances running out.
4.
Kellet could get the win in
70.
steel fashion.
20 for double 16.
54.
Match start missed.
Ricardo, you require 4.
Madhouse.
No
can't take it, so Kellet returns to seal victory. Surely just works off of that. And Stuart Kellet wraps up victory. We see the fist pump celebration from him. He knows what a huge result that is. That puts him in a fabulous position in the table. A 4-1 victory over Ricardo Ham. Well, after the break, myself and Matthew are going to dissect all the action. Well, everyone, a thrilling session here at the Modus Super Series. Session 1 of Group C is in the ledger. And Matt, it's all about one man. Colin Osborne was sensational today.
He stood out, didn't he? He stood out before a dart was thrown. We expected him to be the player to go and beat, and no one was able to do so. Colin Osborne leading the way, top of the table, unbeaten. And when I look at the chasing pack and I look at the players in it, do we see someone who could change that around tomorrow? They're going to have to up it.
Well, 15 results that we have seen today, and like we said, all about Colin Osborne. There they are. And look, there's one I want to highlight. Colin Osborne playing Stuart Kellet early. How key was that?
Well, when you look at Stuart Kellet then going on to win his next 4 games, that could be crucial. When we look at the story of last week as well, it's very, very similar in the Adam Paxton, Mike Warburton sort of scenario. I do think this early, we know our two players that are going to be there. They're the two players that have shown the most consistency, and they've now got a gap on the leaderboard in regards to the table.
You touched on Stuart Kellet there, obviously playing him early, but winning 4 on the spin, and especially that last one, knowing he could put himself in such a great position. What pressures are on that last game?
Well, there was a lot, because what eliminates Ricardo Ham from the possibility now. He's lost all 5 games today. He's not going to be able to turn that around with Osborne on 10 and Kellet on 8. So Kellet now is in a very strong position. He gets to play that fixture again tomorrow in reverse as fixture number 1. He could be cut adrift before anyone gets to have a throw tomorrow. And if Kellet wins game number 1, I'm calling it now, it'll be job done.
It's a big call to make this early. Is this arguably the most runaway we've seen a Group C table in a long time then?
I think we was always going to get that case when we've got a lot of debutants in there. Some was going to perform, some not. Some have played in patches, but it's the consistency we're looking for. And we've got the 2 players with proven consistency at the top of the table. And to me, that's no surprise. Experience goes a long, long way.
We've spoken about the gap in the table. Osborne on 10, Kellet on 8, and then a 4-point gap between him and Jameson and Cromwell. I have to agree with you, Matt. Just looking at those numbers, it's hard to see how the others can bridge that gap to the top 2.
Well, don't even just look at the points column, look at the legs. That shows you how dominant these 2 have been with regard to the rest of the field. We're talking a 12-leg gap between that of second and third. Only Kellet and Osborne have a positive leg difference. Everybody else is in the minus. Again, there's a reason for that. And that is that they 2 have just been head and shoulders above the rest.
Well, that's Group C. We've got a fabulous Group B to look forward to this evening. Ashley Coleman, Gert de Vos, Fallon Sherrick, Tony O'Shea and Ron Moulenkamp. That looks like a tightly contested group, Matt.
It really does, and I think you're picking 3 from 5. We made our predictions earlier on who we think it's going to be. I think a lot of people will be tuning in tonight. Fallon Sherrick and Ashley Coleman, 2 people that do like to pull in the headlines and pull in the viewers. So I think it's going to be a big viewership tonight, and I think they're going to put on a very, very good show.
Do we think this could be one of the tightest Group Bs we've seen?
It's got potential to be, but on the same aspect, there's people in there that we don't quite know what we're going to get from appearance to appearance. And with that, we could have a very similar situation to what we've got here in regards to it sort of being decided quite early. I don't think that's going to be the case. I think Group B is going to be our one this week where we get a tight run-in.
Well, Matt, thank you as always. And everyone, just a reminder that we return this evening, 10 p.m. on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. This afternoon, it's the Wizard who's put a spell on the group. However, tonight, the Queen of the Palace returns.
How about that? And Fallon Sherrick, all of a sudden, is a leg away from the perfect night. She needs 2-0. A class above.
It's difficult, you've got to get your head down and try and weather the storm, but Sherrick, the storm keeps coming. And it kept coming indeed. A 160 to finish off.
Kickstart for Tom Topper, 8-8 for 1-2-4. Well, that's some way to start for Fallon Sherrick.